Good morning, everyone, and welcome to CHIEMGAU. I am with Tom Wagner here, and we're getting ready, super excited, super pumped up. If you can hear in the background, we are right on the start and finishing line. Beautiful day today.
Beautiful day. Good morning, everyone.
And it's going to be quite a show. It was interesting because earlier that race was not supposed to be in the Golden Trail World Series. It was supposed to be the famous Pikes Peak Marathon over in the U.S., but yeah, you know, COVID happens. It becomes extremely hard to travel all the way across to North America. And it's been decided that we would stay in Europe. And CHIEMGAU Trail Run has been chosen. It's already part of the National Series in Germany. And yeah, I've been on the course. And this is going to be an exciting race.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, because people, I mean, it wasn't quite on the international map yet, that race, and we didn't really know what to expect. And the word was out like, oh, okay, well, it's going to be like Pikes Peak, like a lot of ascent and descent, but never technical or quite of like traditional trail running race. But no, it is everything but a traditional or easy race. The course is challenging, very, very. You're going to have to be an extremely versatile runner to actually come and win here. As you see here, we got the runners starting to line up. The start is in less than 10 minutes now. And yeah, exciting.
Yeah, really exciting. Maybe a quick jump back to the Pikes Peak. You know, like the US, it would be wonderful to be there, right? But
absolutely.
As you said, it's a runnable kind of groomed trails, and that's what we don't have here, right? And the national series, just a quick one, it's Germany, Austria, and Switzerland.
And
so it's all the
that's right, correct.
The German speaking, basically, although Switzerland you can discuss, right? But
it's a different kind of German.
But here, yeah, it's going to be interesting, and you know the rock's completely different, might be slippery. So it was raining a couple of days before, but we have wonderful weather right now. So we're really lucky to you know welcome the World Series here, because it's at least they said it's the first time in 4 years now that they have good weather, you know. So
yeah,
they will have. Yeah.
See, the Golden Trail Series comes and the weather shines, sun's shining.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at the images and you're familiar with the international athletes' faces, you will see that the lineup is actually pretty damn good. We've got a lot of elite athletes who actually made the trip here, and I am 100% sure that they will not regret starting. This is Caitlyn Fielder coming from, like, she's from New Zealand, but she lives in Andorra. Earlier we saw Anaïs Sabrier from France, Anna Schufer, also part of the international Salomon team.
And that's just ladies, right? So that's all the
always start with the ladies. That's what I've been told.
Ladies first, for sure. So you saw the CTR logo, so CHIEMGAU Trail Run. So
that's it. That's
the acronym for it, CTR. So you might get used to it.
Yeah. And so there you go. That's the course. So we're down in the village, and he goes on the first loop all the way around and back onto the ridge, and then across the start, and then back onto the other summits. And that summit, you were talking about like technical and wet rocks. Coming down from that summit is absolutely lethal. We were there yesterday,
right?
And it was a sunny day.
Yeah.
And so you'd expect, okay, well that's going to be dry. Well, no, it wasn't, and it was incredible. We had to hold on to branches to go down, to come off the top.
Yeah.
And so when you're racing, you just don't want to hold on to branches. So what's going to happen?
I mean, it would be good if you're used to run that style. You know?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I'm quite familiar with technical, I would say, but it was just another level. And so they're calling now all the elite athletes, female again first, and there's going to be the male afterwards. And here we've had Nienke Brickman, who made she made her come out really at Cierzinal just not so long ago.
Strong race there, yeah.
Incredible race. Like, she was only minutes of Maud Matisse at the top of the first climb.
There's not that many people who can climb as fast as Maud, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. And so she's quite excited to be here. It's going to be an interesting way. Here's Anaïs Sabrier. She's definitely familiar with all the mountain running type things. Very, very strong contendant as well.
Seems to be pumped. Yeah.
Always smiling. Always smiling. Yeah, yeah. And now we're on to the men. Anthony Fielder from Team Matrix.
Yeah.
I mean, there is this very deep lineup. I believe, like, if you're listening to us, Florian, who's got the course record currently, that probably is going to go down.
Yeah. I mean, there's two factors, right? It's the international field, and the other one is last year the
Good
weather
weather.
was, the good weather
Yes.
should be, at least that's what we would expect.
Yeah.
It might go below 4 hours, right? So,
and another name we saw her on the screen, Daniela Moreno, coming from Mammoth Lake in the U.S. So coming from altitude, that might actually also make a big difference here. And then on the left, stretching, you got Iris Pese. So she's not going to be the fastest on the flatter section, on the runnable sections, but she's an incredible vertical runner. And so when it will come to the back of the first climb, the switchbacks there, you'll see the images is quite outstanding. You'll see her take out the poles and hammer it
Click
up.
up.
Yeah. And so, on the screen as well. Also, he was once mountain running world champion in long distance, Francesco Pupi. And this is Bartolomeo Pietrowitsky.
I think that was a better pronunciation than I had yesterday.
It's still not right, but I just accepted that I was never going to get it right.
Yeah.
And then here we go. The rest of the field is just joining these elite athletes onto the starting line.
Maybe just quickly, you saw Hannah in the background. It's one of two marathon ladies actually that run here in Germany. So it's one of her first really trail running competitions with international field. So we'll see how she will do here. So she will be excited as well to see this.
Yeah, it was quite incredible. There she is.
Yeah, right.
I mean, she's an Olympian already. So when you say that already, that sets the bar pretty damn high.
Right.
2:26 marathoner.
Yeah,
I don't even know how many guys in this field who can actually run that fast on a marathon. So
at least not me. No.
Surely not. And from Spain, Ana Alonso, who's clearly a little bit chilled. The weather in Spain right now is probably a little warmer than that, but it will get warm actually.
It will warm up quickly. Yeah.
Yes. And athletes were actually a little bit concerned and wondering how exposed that course would be, because as soon as they get out of the tree line, the sun's beating down and it's pretty hot. So you see they all wearing the lightest jerseys and shorts, because it will get hot.
Although the first climb will be still a bit in the shade, so the second climb is already in the sun and heating up. The first one, it will be at least a bit chilly in the beginning.
Yeah, correct.
Good for them.
Time to warm up.
Yeah.
Nice and easy.
Hey.
What an exciting moment!
Yeah.
Again, I think this race has truly been underrated, and you will see on the images, it is such a combination of different things. You got uphill on gravel roads, which are going to be a hard grind and quite fast for all the mountain runners. You're going to have technical up, technical down, and they had also the information that they can cut some switchbacks in certain areas. So it's going to be interesting also to see options that these guys will be taking.
Yeah, that's the good thing about the national series here as well. Yeah. And if you look at into the starting line, there's a lot of people having poles actually, so they're prepared to, power hike it up. So there's some steep climbs in there for sure. We will see. Right.
And so here we had on the screen Mathilde Sainz. She actually could not make it. She's not going to be there on this race. So just as a heads up, don't look for her. She will not be participating in this race.
Yeah, that's the only one of the golden 7 that were presented yesterday who was not there.
Yes, correct. And you can see the excitement. Look at Francesco. He knows it's about to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, no backpack for him. Yeah.
And here we go, the countdown.
1, go. Here we go.
And it's on. So if you're joining us, we are at the start of the CHIEMGAU trail run, a little bit less than 45 kilometers. 2,750 meters of ascent over 2 big climbs. We're starting down in the valley, up and over a first massif, back across the valley, so we'll see them come back, and then up right behind us onto the second kind of mountain massif.
Right. So that's a quite nice part of it. It starts in this little city, goes up one mountain, the Hochgern, and then comes down back into the city, then up another hill, Hochplatte, and then back down into the city or into town. Let's call it that way.
Yes,
it's not city.
Yes.
Yeah.
and yeah, it's gonna be challenging mentally as well, because that first lap is already hard and challenging, and especially coming down, it's about like 7 kilometers on a fast like 4-wheel drive gravel road, so that's going to be painful on the quads, and then they're going to be coming through town, and so when you see in the background, that's where they're going up, and that's actually the side they will be coming down, but they will be seeing the second massif coming through and be like, oh no, here's the finish line, but I have to go for the second loop. And mentally, that's going to be tough to deal with.
And that's going to be the interesting part. I think being here in Marketstein first time at first doesn't mean that you will finish first. So there's a lot of tactics. We asked yesterday a couple of questions how people will attack the race, and they were not really sure how much they should push on the first climb, right, on the first descent as well. Because if you trash your legs on the first descent, it would be a long way.
The second lap is going to be a painful one, yeah. But so we see, like, no surprise here. Bart is in the lead, and I mean, there's going to be Elusian as well, but he's a very, very versatile runner. He can run fast uphill on the non-technical terrain, fast downhill on the non-technical terrain, but as well, he's extremely strong as soon as you need to like go through technical routes, rocks, and he's been training. He's been focused on that. He spent over a month in Livigno at altitude in Italy, and he hasn't done CHIEMGAU, so he's ready. And man, when Bartolomeo is ready, that's gonna be strong.
Aller avec les hommes,
Trail Championships, and Yasoris showed that he can run technical terrain, right? So,
absolutely. Yeah. No, so it's gonna be a fun morning, people.
Yeah.
Stay with us. And so that's the lead group of the men heading out into the mountains. So that's going to be on the road for a little while, and already they're going to hit like quite steep gradient. So that might already spread out a little bit. And here we have in the lead Anaïs Sabrier and Nienke. No surprise here, these two ladies can run extremely fast on runnable terrain. I know that Nienke was, before she did CHIEMGAU, she had won the Zermatt Marathon, which is obviously non-technical but also uphill, but she was also preparing to try and run 2:29 in the marathon.
Yeah.
So again, these ladies are extremely fast on non-technical, and here, it is important, I think, to mention it, but you're watching the lead of the woman, the lead of the men. Same screen. A few years back, you'd be refreshing your feed on Twitter to try to have an update. And here, Golden Trail World Series, we're offering you this live video coverage. We're going to be with you guys for probably close to 3.5, 4 hours, commenting this race. First time in CHIEMGAU Trail Run. And I'm pumped. I'm super excited.
Yeah, you see all the bikes in the rear, and they're trying to catch all the runners here, so that's really perfect for you, I guess.
Yeah, there's a huge team there, runners, mountain bikers on e-mountain bikes.
Yeah.
And these guys, you know,
that's one of the few exceptions where e-bikes are, valid.
Yeah. So there we go. Again, in the lead, Francesco Pupi, who was World Mountain Running Champion in long distance. That's his jam. That's the thing that he's good at, and he knows he might have to put a little bit of an effort here to open a gap before it gets technical, and it gets a little bit trickier for him.
Yeah, and although this is tarmac, you see that this is already a bit steep, right?
Oh, so yeah, and it's just gonna get steeper and steeper. Look at this.
I mean, this is the warm-up. That's a 5K mellow run, and then it's getting technical. Yeah. Yeah, you see the steps are pretty, small.
Yes, yes, already head down. And again, to get together, Anaïs Sabrier and Nienke Brickman, but we see another, I think it's Ana Alonso who's right behind. And probably, coming from the US, that is Dani Moreno. So there's no big gap opened yet, and it's going to be interesting because there's been a lot of talks about taking it easy on the first lap because the people were starting to be scared about the second lap and whether or not they're going to be able to give their best on that second lap and not blow up in between. And so it's going to be interesting to see that who will be conservative and who will be like, nah, I'm going hard from the start. I'm going to try to open up a gap and try to keep it together for the rest. But see, Bart is still here, right at the front, and showing that he's not going to let anyone go away, even though he said himself, actually, he didn't say he would go easy.
No.
Remember when you asked the question, he was like, I can't tell you right now. I will just run a few Ks, see how I feel, and then I will decide.
And then I might push, yeah. But I think he will still, look at the other ones and see what they do. And if he still feels comfortable right now, that might be a good sign. For pushing it later on.
If he's pushing now,
no, he isn't.
I don't see anyone else really capable of staying with him. So it becomes a little bit of a more mellow gradient, and they're going to contour around the first massif, and so it's quite long, that climb, and it will gradually get steeper and steeper, and they'll have quite steep switchbacks, but always on that kind of gravel road. So the start, it would be really easy to get excited early. And I think really you have to be mindful of your effort.
That's the.
And Fred Troncho,
orienteer. Yeah.
Orienteering guy. Yep.
He said he will bring a map.
Yes, yes. So in the second lap, there are sections that are actually rather technical, and if even without a trail. And I think that's where he could shine and make the best out of his orienteering skills. Hopefully he's recovered because he had knee problems, because he had fallen earlier in the season. And Francesco Pupi joking around with the cameras. This is also a very good sign that he's in control. I mean, he can run like sub 2:15 marathon.
Yeah, and it looks like he's not even breathing, right? So
yeah,
really,
yeah. So on the flat, that's an easy pace for him. And there we go. Here in the women's, we're starting to see a little bit of a change. And looking at her watch, she'll know. She might be running on splits. Nienke is actually putting on an effort right now, and you see instantly Anaïs Sabrier, boom, she's lost 10 meters. So again, a lot of different strategies, and as of right now, I can't tell you which one is the best.
And for those like Nienke, who is more on the road or a faster one, she needs to use those flat sections, right?
Absolutely, she needs to make the best out of it, because I don't know if she does, but surely we don't know how good she can run on technical, or either uphill or downhill. We know uphill she's strong when it's not really technical. We've seen that at CHIEMGAU.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are some technical sections down, and if you don't have the right mountain footing, that could cost you a lot of energy and time. Yeah. So clearly she's putting in the effort right now, and here it is.
And still, for all of them, it's sort of a long race. I mean, it's only a marathon, right? But still, for the Golden Trail World Series, it's one of the long races.
It is
so that's why some of them fear the length of the race in a way. They might be still fine with being up on the Hochplatte, the second climb, but then there's still a nice descent that they have to survive.
Yes, and again, you look at the course profile. If you've looked earlier. It looks like as though there's a big climb, a descent back to the village, another big climb, and then down back to the village. But it's not. And let me tell you a little secret. On that second lap, you go up to Hochplatte, go down and around, and at some point, there's a 150-meter kick, like 150-meter elevation gain. And it is endless. And if you get there with an empty tank, woo, There's gonna be tears. There's gonna be tears. So in terms of race management, it's gonna be essential to actually keep it together and have just a little bit of energy left to handle that last kick before diving.
We might see it right now on the video. So it's down,
around and that's the one.
Small up, yeah. And the small up might be a big bump at the end.
Yes, yeah, it is endless and it's rather technical as well. So your legs have been turning really fast. It's going to be over 5Ks of descent on very fast four-wheel drive gravel road. And then all of a sudden, boom, you've got this kick coming. You've got roots, you've got rocks, and it's rather steep. It's going to be challenging. Hopefully, let me rephrase that. I hope there's going to be cameras, but not hopefully. But we might see some cramping there.
We might see some walking.
Some walking as well.
And now we see already the climb up, away from the tarmac, right down to sort of gravel road. But you see it's a loose, earthy something. So.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out who we have here on the screen.
It's a bit blurry right now for us, so.
But so what you need to know is that we have.
Here's
yes.
Nike. So that's the
that's
first
the
lady
lead
here. Yeah.
in the women's. So what you need to know in terms of camera people, we've got 4 people on e-mountain bikes, and we've got 4 people on foot. And the idea is that we cover the front of the men, the front of the women, and then we kind of transition back down to the top 10 men, top 10 women with the rest of the team, so we can offer also a visibility on what's going on behind and how the fight is happening, not exclusively in the lead, but also a little bit behind.
And as a reminder, the Golden Trail World Series, it's important to be within the first 10, 11 actually to secure a spot.
Absolutely. So I think it's the top 20 who will score points at every stage.
Right.
But then indeed, after your 3 best races, the points are added up, and the overall ranking after 6 races will define the top 11 men, top 11 women, who will be invited to the final in the Canary Island at El Hierro.
Right.
The one is the name of the race. And that's where the great final will take place and establish an overall winner, top 10, with prize money going 10 deep, men and women equally.
Yeah, and it's Canary Islands again, so if someone's familiar with the old schedule, that has changed as well, unfortunately.
Correct.
So there was first the plan to go to Argentina, but
Patagonia.
Patagonia, but that's basically, same story than here, It's not easy to travel for all of us all around the world, and I think it makes sense to do it that way.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be in the cards. It wasn't going to happen there. So that's how it is. And it's interesting. It's another Italian, Roberto De Lorenzi. I think I butchered.
De Lorenzi. That's the. And
De Lorenzi. Thank you very much.
He's actually, his name is pretty Italian, but he's actually from Switzerland.
Is he? Because here on my notes I have him.
Yeah, we corrected it yesterday.
Oh,
so
okay. Thank you.
So that's why.
So I got the name wrong and the country wrong. Damn.
No, the name's
thank God
fine.
you're here.
And the name's really an Italian sound, right?
Yeah. So 2 Italians right now. I mean, 1 Swiss, 1 Italian. Francesco Pupi in the lead, as they've gone to a little bit more of a trail than the gravel road, but they will get back on a sort of gravel road as Nienke is now going for it.
You can't see anyone behind her.
I hope she didn't already cancel the women's race, and that's it. That's in the bag. There's still, as you said, there's still a lot to happen, and that distance is definitely on the far end for those runners. But she looks strong, and she looks like she's moving. And so she's got about like 30, 40 meters on Anaïs Sabrier, mountain running specialist. She can handle the distance. She's done Mont Blanc Marathon very successfully. So
she's used to the distance.
Yes, and she's a smart, get a lot of experience, so she knows as well, like, she has to run within her limits on that first lap, and so maybe she's just as far as she wants to go and not trying to push any harder, because indeed you will see that those who like the ranking coming through the village after the first lap is probably going to be very different to the one on crossing the finish line.
For sure. And she's still in eyesight of Ninke, right? So there's no reason for her to
freak out.
Yeah, to freak
just
out.
yet.
Yeah.
So do you know a little bit about Roberto?
Actually, not much. No, unfortunately.
Yeah. So if you have,
I mean, just the normal stats that we got, right? So 11th at Series Final means that there's some leg speed for sure, right?
And some climbing legs, indeed.
I mean, you see it on his running style, right?
Yeah,
so legs are flying,
yeah.
You know, it's not like the ultra shuffle.
Correct. Yeah, and you know something about that, right? Because you've been doing a ultra shuffle for a long time recently, right?
Yeah. My feet are still recovering, and it would still be a big shuffle. Yeah. But it would have been a great thing to run here, right?
Yeah. I've given up on that. Like, you know, you get there a few days earlier, you get on the course nice and easy, you do photos, videos, you rekey so you understand where these runners are going to be running. But here, well, yeah, that would be a painful one.
Yeah, and I wouldn't see any one of them for sure. You know?
Correct. Here we get to follow the race just like you all from the core, from the inside. Truly with all these cameras, and here you got in third position Fred Troncho, and it looks like he's climbing really well.
Yeah.
Like he's not too far off the lead, and it would be good to finally see a Fred Troncho who's at 100% and show what he's got and match his performance from last year at second best time at Cerzinal.
Yeah, it would be great if his knee is working and all the downhills are perfect fit. But he should have the knowledge to run downhill, right, with all his orienteering.
So with his eyes closed.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, these orienteers are, there's more and more showing up here at the Trail Series.
Indeed.
They are really strong.
We've seen, we've seen a few, like starting way back with Mark Lowenstein, who's, won Cerzinal, won so many races, and then Judith Weider as well.
For sure, yeah, that's the big name too.
Yeah, and she's following. Big shout out to you, Judith. We think about you. We hope you're well, you're feeling well, and there's always family to look after.
Yeah. It's not easy, no.
No, but
it's incredible how she.
We have like kind thoughts, and hopefully you're good and you get better. So see, you still, as you were saying, it's still like covered in the woods. Not too warm yet, so that's ideal condition. And soon,
but you see the sun's coming out right now, so they get into it soon. And at least yesterday they said, in the woods it's kind of the moisture's kind of high, so you start to feel the heat immediately.
Yes,
so that's for sure the difference to Pikes Peak. There the air is pretty dry.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And here you will feel the rainfall from last Monday. So it's wet, it's damp. Yeah.
But it's quite incredible because it was already, as you said, wet and damp like in a lot of places on the course. So if you were saying that's the previous editions were happening under like bad weather condition and rain, it must have been a completely different ball game for the runners.
I mean, they even had some snow up on the higher parts.
Wow.
So that's something that can happen, right? So it's not that far. I think this year snow was only down to 2,400 meters. So we're not going up that high.
Like the highest point is like 1,700.
750 something. Yeah. That's the Hochkern.
Yes.
I think yesterday they said 48. So let's keep it 1,750. Yeah. I think that's close enough. And here, for information, the town or Markatstein, that's at 545 or something like that. So
right.
Just to have an idea. So it's not starting from sea level, but pretty close to compared to Pikes Peak.
Yes, indeed. That's very different in elevation. And you see Nienke going, so there's a little bit of a downhill section here, and you see that runner, like male runner, really letting go, that you could actually pay it later on, blasting your quads by running so hard. I think you really need to hold back and have a higher cadence to just minimize the impact on the legs.
Unfortunately, we can't see his bib number, so it would be interesting, on the second.
But you see, so that's deceiving because they were climbing and you're like going into the motion of going uphill and you get into the rhythm, and then that completely breaks that rhythm for a few hundred meters down and then back up, and then it gets actually steeper.
And that's always the issue with these profiles. You don't see these small downhills or uphills.
Yes, yes, and that's the exciting part as well, because all of these runners in other stages of the Golden Trail World Series, they're familiar with the course, they've run it before, or they've seen it before. Yeah. But this is the first time we're showing you all the images of the course. You will be discovering with these runners how the course plays out, the little ups and downs, the bumps, the technicality of the course, and so it is truly exciting because now everybody is on the same page.
Yeah. I mean, Frédéric Troncho said yesterday, you know, if he thinks that that's quite good, there is some surprises, you know. Other races, they know every step of it.
Correct.
But here, there's some surprises showing up, and that's actually a fun part of it for him, at least.
Yeah.
That's the orienteer probably within him.
True. Because, I mean, he can read on the map, but then it's always like how you guess from the map to how it is on the terrain. And so let's have a look at what's going on here. So Francesco Pupi was in the front with Roberto, and then just a notch back is Fred. Bart is actually now not leading. He's just in the chasing pack.
He's watching. Yeah.
On the left of the screen, you've got Elouzine El Azaoui, who's also an extremely strong contender. So I think he's just gonna sit and wait and look what's going on.
Yeah. There's on the left, I think this is Andy Rieder, one of the kind of locals. He's Austrian, but
it's almost local here. Like the Austrian border is what, like 5K away?
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bavarians and Austrians, there's more in common than, you know, going further north in Germany. I hope I'm allowed to say this here.
We love each other. It's just some bonds that are a little stronger.
I mean, we have the mountains here. That's the bond for sure.
Yes, absolutely. And you saw, like, with the orange T-shirt, very easy to recognize, is from France, Anthony Felbert. Team Matrix also had like a very strong Mont Blanc marathon finish, like together with his teammate, hand in hand. So we can expect him to be up there and also to have fun. Like he's always like smiling and waving, and just a young generation of runners who just seems to have never encountered stress before.
Yeah, and smiling helps.
Yeah,
right? So
absolutely, it makes a huge difference. And that's
Nienke is still in the lead.
Yeah, and that's our good friend. You're probably familiar with him, Philippe Reiter, who's been everywhere and anywhere for the past probably 10 years, if not more, taking photos, videos, documenting other athletes' achievements, and he's here again, and he's played a big role in connecting the Golden Trail World Series with this event. So
with the National Series, yeah, and you know his hometown isn't far away from here, so that's.
I heard. I did not know that.
Yeah,
yes.
Another thing why he probably has put some effort into it. Right?
Yes.
And we saw him on a bike. Yeah.
Okay, so it's coming together. We see now like a group at the front, 4 runners working with each other. Bartolomeo, Francesco Pupi, Roberto. I gotta get it right. De Laurenti? No. How do you pronounce again?
Who?
Roberto
De Laurenti.
De Laurenti.
Yeah. Here's Bart. Yeah.
Together with Fred.
Yeah. You see, Bart is wearing a backpack. Like, you know, everything's in the belt, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
So
same as Elouzine, and you see, Elouzine he was sitting at the back, but he realized that the group was detaching and moving forward, so he just made a little bit of an effort up to keep up and stay with these guys. He does not want to get dropped and to fall too far behind. And here, like we gotta appreciate the incredible effort that Nienke is putting, because she has now a considerable lead on the women's field, and we're like 25 minutes into the race.
Yeah. The warm-up is done, I guess.
Yeah, the warm-up is done, race is on, and it looks like Nienke has put on a serious gear on that climb.
Yeah, and that one should suit her, right? So.
Yes. No, and I mean the fashion she had at Cergy, like how strong she felt, how composed she was, moving so fast, very, very close behind Maud Matisse.
Yeah.
Again, on this, there's hardly any question that she's the best climber.
Yeah.
Now again, the question mark is how is she going to handle the more technical part, both uphill and downhill, and also that's going to be a little bit on the long end, as you were saying, because she does road marathon, but that's what she was shooting was 2:29, so that's a very short time compared to probably the 4 hours plus that they're going to spend out there.
Probably, yes. Yeah. So there's the lead pack of our 5 main runners, and here we see the ladies.
It's Daniela Moreno from Mammoth Lake, from the US. She actually came all the way here for that race, and she will be racing at the end of September the Skyrun as well.
Okay, yeah.
And I believe, coming from altitude, that is quite similar to the high roads that they have in Mammoth Lake, where she probably trains. And right in front of her, I think that's coming from Spain.
Yeah.
Sarah Alonso. I think that's her. So that might be our second and third female runner so far.
Or is it third and fourth? Because I would expect to be
Anaïs Sabrier, maybe
somewhere
in between. You're correct.
But it's hard to see on the screen for us right now.
So as we were saying, like there's 2 teams following the lead, men and women, and then falling back to see what's going on. So we are not exclusively filming the lead. And so we'll try to keep up with that and make sure we tell you the right things about the rankings.
Although this is the lead pack for the men.
That is for sure.
Yeah. These are the 5 ones. And that's again Nienke pushing the pace on the gravel road. And it's hard to see who is actually in the background here. But But we see here there's still no sun in here, so it's probably comfortable for them doing a climb, and they enjoy the shade still.
I don't know if I would use the term comfortable, but at least not too hot.
Well, it's always a relative thing, right?
It's all in the mind. It's all in the mind.
Yeah. And Nienke has some sort of a pacer, kind of. No, it's 212. Yeah. Here's Francesco Pupi. Again, more or less in the lead with Roberto De Laurenti. Here we see the e-bikes.
So just a few words on the e-bikes. So 3 of the 4 e-bike pilots have actually competed in World Championships of mountain bike for several years. So we're talking world-class pilots here.
Yeah, I mean, you have this heavy bike and all the equipment up there. So, cameras on the helmet, a big backpack. So it's not the usual trip with your e-bike.
And full disclosure, here's Anaïs Sabrier. So probably in second place, as you were saying, you're right. Head down, that's typical Anaïs. You feel like she's hurting, but no, that's how she looks, that's how she runs. And I tell you what, she still has plenty in the tank. And again, these incredible images. You've got the lead on the left with Nienke, Brickman, and on the right from France, Anaïs Sabrier chasing her.
Although they look quite different, right? The running style is different. Although the speed's probably the same.
Close to the same, indeed, yes. And you see Nienke like not giving up. And I wonder if she's going to try and pass that guy.
Depending on how hard he's breathing and if this is annoying or not.
Yeah, she might be like, okay, gotta make a move, can't fall asleep. If the rhythm is not fast enough for her, she's just gonna pass, no doubt about it.
She will run her own race, right?
Yeah.
So here you see. Right.
And this is us.
That's us again. Good morning.
How you doing, people? Again, we are at the finish line, starting line, right in the center, in between these big mountains. And now we're seeing other competitors because there's a few different distances as well today.
There was even a 60K race that already started at 6 in the morning.
It was at 6 in the morning.
So
and how long do they have to finish? What's the cutoff? Is it 6 p.m.?
For the 60K, you mean?
Yes.
I guess so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
But they do have a long, and so my understanding is the same first part of the course as the 43 kilometers that we're following live,
Right.
and then shortly after, at some point, instead of coming back, they head towards a third mountain range, and so you see these guys there. Our guys are still in the first climb, still in the trees. There's still a lot to happen, a lot of exciting parts of the course before heading across the village and then back for the second loop.
And again, the total elevation 2,757 meters, so there's something still to come.
Yes, there's a lot still to come, so put your feet up, get your coffee ready. We are here with you guys for another probably 4 hours.
And for just a quick reminder, for the 60K, there's also the Kampenwand, which is just the third mountain they are going to climb.
Okay, yep, I did not know the name.
And maybe quite interesting, I mean, if you climb these two mountains, you have a view towards the Chiemsee. So the area here we are really in the mountains, but just a bit further north, it's already the plains more or less, and there's the Chiemsee, which is from here kind of like a big, almost like the sea, right? It's a big lake. So
yeah, I remember seeing it from the top, and there's what, 2 islands, is that correct?
Yeah, there's some islands in there. You see all these stand-up paddlers, and so you can do something for recovery on Sunday.
Yeah, and maybe you can enlighten me as well on this, because in this area we've seen a ton of those planes without engine. I don't know how to call them in English. Des planeurs in French. And how would you call them in German?
Segelflieger.
There you go.
We don't know the English one, but I guess
we got the other word. So basically, there's a ton of them, and they were flying very close from the top, from the first
Hochgang,
Hochgang, yeah. And it was quite majestic to see them fly with no engine.
Yeah.
Je sais pas du tout comment on fait. And so we're at the start waiting to see the rest of the live coverage. And so in the meantime, until we get the images from the lead of the race with the men's and the women's, here's a little bit of a video clip about the Golden Trail World Series.
Series. For the first time ever, the series will stop in Germany for the CHIEMGAUTRAIL run. This time it's going to be a 43.5 kilometers race, making it the longest in the series. With an accumulated 2,757 meters of elevation gain, get ready for its flowy trails and steep downhills. The race offers views to the Chiemsee Lake and will not disappoint those looking for an amazing adventure. Come and join us on the 4th of September in Germany for the 5th stage of the Golden Trail World Series.
Welcome back to race number 4 in the Golden Trail World Series. We're here in Sierra, in the Swiss Alps for Sierra Zinal. It's the oldest race, and it also has the most depth. How deep? As deep as my love for you. Let's check out these views! The course is 31 kilometers with 2,200 meters of ascent. Importantly though, they almost go immediately into single track. So if they want to win this race, they need to get out fast early. It climbs heavily, but at the top is the opportunity for people to really sprint out, because there's a long bit of running before the steep down at the end. People say this is a fast course, but what they mean is that road runners can come here and do well. But don't get fooled, they only say that because trail runners like nothing more than thrashing road runners, and they're going to do that today. First time in the season, the women actually start 15 minutes ahead of the men, so we're going to find out how their race unfolds really early. We've got Lucy Murigi from Kenya returning. She's won here before, as is Maud, the course record holder. And every other contender of this series so far is going to be racing today. There are also people that you just can't expect who are going to turn up. I don't know what's going to go down, but you better believe Maud's going to be pushing hard from the start. For the men, there are lots of runners who've come out of hibernation that only come to do this race. So people like Petru Mamu, who've won here before from Eritrea, people like Robbie Simpson from the UK, who's come within 400 metres of winning. They are here in addition to your usual Golden Trail. Remy's going to be going out hard, and there's someone called Killian? Apparently he's going to be running as well. It's going to be, you know it, the race of the season.
The chocolate is for you.
No, unfortunately.
You better run.
What's your problem, Derito? Yes, I think.
If I can.
I know, because you need your tool.
There's no way I can put it without my spoon. Much more easier.
Elles sont bien?
Oui.
Ouais, nickel.
Homework before the race. Huh?
Non.
Very interesting.
Comme faire.
Good morning, guys. I'm ready. And you? Are you ready?
The women have just gone past and we're only 400 metres in, and look behind me. This track is incredibly narrow, which means it's very hard to overtake. Maud has a bit of a lead over Lucy, Anis on her shoulder, and Judith a bit more relaxed at the start of the pack. But I've got to say Marcella, who's an incredible ascender, could have made a mistake already. She's trapped near the back and I just don't know if she's going to be able to get through on this route. So it might not be until the top that she can start to attack, which could be too late. So hang on in there, let's find out. Oh man, I'm shocked at that start of the men's. You've got Remy and Fred with Thibaut just behind as expected. Juan Carlos, Petro, they're in there. And a little bit further back, Davide is looking a little bit panicked, trying to make moves. But Killian is 12th, 15th, 18th, boxed in. He can't get out of that position. He doesn't look comfortable. I don't know what he's done here. Has he made a mistake? Is he not the runner he was 2 years ago? We're gonna have to wait to find out, but I can't believe it. We're here in Chandelin, which is an hour into the race. They've done most of the climbing and they've had an opportunity to start running, and Maud is going to need to. She's leading, but only by about a minute, because Nienke Brickman from the Netherlands, who's a marathon specialist, is tracking her down. She is flying through this course and Maud is going to have to push hard to stay ahead of her for that first descent. Behind her, you've got the usual favourites. We've got Anis close behind, we've got Blondine, and then we've also got a new face in fifth. Kombaka Amasa from Kenya is looking strong. She hasn't been here before to our knowledge, and she looks like someone who can attack, but at the moment, any of those five can truly win it. So Maud is going to have to fight for a change. And in the men's, sorry Killian, of course you're back. He's there in a pack of three. We know the others would be there. You've got Remy, who's a great ascender, and you've also got Petro from Eritrea. But Killian actually stopped to put his litter in the bin, and that gave a little bit of a break, where it looks like Remy is going to try and push home a bit of an advantage before the straight comes in. Thibaut is close behind, running the race of the season, and Cesare from Italy is here as well, close behind in 5th. They're all within about 3 minutes of each other, so before the final ascent, they're going to have to battle to actually earn their places, because any 3 of them could be on that podium. We're here at Weisshorn over 2 hours in, and Maud has somehow built a lead of 3 minutes over Ninka. People forget that she almost qualified for the Olympics last year at the marathon distance, and she's had a chance to absolutely fly across the top of this mountain. The rest of the positions are still the same as they were, but they're all very close, so the podium's not decided yet. In the men's, something's gone wrong with Petro. He's really starting to fade. He must be injured. It's allowed Kilian to pull away from the others. He's got about a minute lead, but over Lengen, who's new. He was back in 6th, and he's clearly flying over the top of these ridges. We've still got Thibaut and Remy in strong positions, but the real changer, but not a surprise, is Robbie Simpson. He was back in 12th. He's now up to 6th, and he is flying through this field. It wouldn't surprise me if he can actually challenge for the podium as we start to descend. Here we go. We knew if there was going to be an upset this season, it was going to be here in Switzerland, because this is the race that people come from across the world just to do, and it nearly happened today. But Maud was way too strong. She was challenged across the top by Ninka, but Maud stayed strong and actually beat the men down the hill, which hasn't happened in years. Ninka, what a performance on her debut to come 2nd, having never raced a race like this before. And in 3rd, Anes. She's proving to be a force this season. Blondine in 4th, and in 5th is a debut runner from Kenya. She's not run in Europe as far as I'm aware, so to come in 5th is truly amazing. Kwambaka, we salute you. The men proved to be just as exciting. We thought maybe Kilian was having a wobble. That guy doesn't wobble. He stormed down that hill to take 1st, his 8th win here, another record. But in 2nd, Robbie Simpson, he was in 12th after an hour, 6th after 2, but he flew down that hill to pick up 2nd place again. In 3rd, we had from Italy, Cesare. He's not podium before, he was back in 5th. That guy can clearly descend as well. Lengen, on his debut, came 4th. He's one for the future, and in 5th, Davide Magnini. I did think it was going to be his day, but he's going to be happy with that. What a race. What a venue. Let's see where we're heading next. We're back in 4 weeks for CHIEMGAU in Germany. It's a new race to us this season, and if they want to qualify, they're going to have to do well there. It's a marathon distance, so once again, there's going to be some new leaders and some new faces on the podiums. We'll be there. Make sure you are.
And we're back. We had a little bit of a recap of CRZ because it helps understand who these runners are, where they're coming from, and where they're strong, less strong. And here, Nienke Brinkman, as you saw, took 2nd place in CRZ this year, and it shows again today that she can climb, and she can climb strong. No woman in sight behind her. She has already opened the gap as they are about to get off that gravel smooth uphill road into a way steeper cow fields. So very different approach going uphill. It's not going to be a shuffling stride anymore. It's probably going to be like hiking, power hiking, hand on knees, and we'll see how Nienke can handle that.
Yeah.
And in the men's, if you've been following a little bit on that second screen, there's been something going on. The mountain runners, truly, Francesco Pupi and
Roberto De Lorenzi, they're pushing the pace.
They are indeed, and they did open a gap as well on that kind of terrain. And it's gonna be interesting to see how they can handle this, and also like how far up. There we go. I was telling you, these cow fields. And they are still running. I can tell you, we were there 2 days ago, and that is extremely steep. So these guys are not messing around.
And you see that there's sun already
Yes, yes.
getting into, so it's getting warmer and warmer.
We're telling you earlier, as soon as they get up high enough, they're going to be exposed in the sun, and the temperature is going to rise. So another thing to avoid cramps is going to be stay hydrated, have your electrolytes. It is really, really impressive. I can tell you, girls, this climb is extremely steep.
Yeah, you see you back down and you see how steep it is. And you saw Ninke already sipping or nipping on some gels or something like this, so it's already time to get in some calories or at least some liquids.
Absolutely. It is a long race. You do not want to fall behind on calories. And we've seen the cameraman like looking back, so not only you could appreciate the views from up there, but also the chasing pack is about 30 seconds back. And I can't wait to see who's going to be there in that pack. My guess is Bart's going to be there,
yeah.
Eluzin's going to be there, probably Fred Troncho as well, together, and there we go. And that's one thing as well, for this race, you're really going to have to look up, and that's probably going to play in Fred's favor, because you will always have to look up and know where you're going, because the trails are not obvious, they're marked, as you can see, but you're going to have to look up to look for these flags.
And in addition, you see all these cow fields, but there's all these carbonate rocks looking out, so it's sharp stuff, so you don't want to fall here, even on the uphills.
Oh yeah.
So, and it's quite uneven footing, so here you see Ninke and one of the German runners, Matthias Bauer. So he's pushing with his poles, and you see Ninke kind of,
taking away right behind.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do believe that if you are comfortable with poles on this race, it is essential to have them on these kind of climbs. But again, traditionally, as we see, mountain runners do not use poles, and they're still running up.
Mountain runners are not used to poles.
No. And again, if you're feeling like, there's some steep sections in that next race that I'm doing, I should use poles. Either you use it in training, you get used to it, you get familiar with it, handling them, and then putting them away when you don't need them. But do not try like something new for the race. And if you're not familiar with poles, I tell you what, they're not going to help you. So you better off like try to run, or then hike up, hand on knees, bend over, and breathing really, really relaxed.
Sure.
And yeah, Ninke, so you see right on the right, there's this little restaurant which marks the end of that gravel road, and she's going to come onto the field, and it's going to be interesting to watch if she does just like Francesco.
If she's still running,
or if she's just going to transition into para hiking. And Anaïs Sabrier is not so far back, 30 seconds at most.
Yeah.
So the gap she opened actually is not that big.
Yeah, there should be the hut right around the corner, right?
Oh, it's going to be exciting until the end.
And maybe going back to the poles, right? The one thing is how to use them in the race. The other one is if you're not used to poles, you might step your competitors into the eyes.
Oh
and
yeah,
like
poke their eyeball at.
That's sort of an issue. So really train with them if you want to use them.
Yeah. And you see these people, very, very different approach. Mountain runners, fast runners, no poles. Further back, runners like Iris Pesset, she's not a very fast runner on runnable, but she can climb and she can descend.
So Ninke is still running, right?
Yes, she is right up at the front.
And the other guy, Matthias,
with the
poles, you get into the power hiking more earlier.
Correct,
I guess.
and you see that he is still with her. So about moving the same pace, and we saw earlier at OCC, John Albon was a very strong descender. Robbie Simpson, my bad. Robbie Britton, if you're listening, hey, how you doing? Robbie Simpson was actually running, and John Albon hiking past him on the uphill. So if you're efficient with para hiking, you can go faster as well, and that will keep also your heart rate lower, so it'll help you recover better. So look at this. Anaïs Sabrier knows very well, and you had to be comfortable transitioning from running to hiking and back to running.
Yeah, the back to running is an issue if you're not used to it.
Yes, because you end up getting comfortable into the hiking, and you know that as soon as it flattens out, you have to switch back into running and pick up the breathing a little bit heavier. And there you go.
Number 3. Dani Moreno.
Dani Moreno.
So she's switching into power hiking as well.
Yes, from the US. So here the altitude is not going to be an issue at all.
No.
And Sarah Alonso, it's interesting. Like, she is there and she's still looking strong.
Looking strong, yeah.
She's not carrying much though, so I hope she did take enough for hydration and nutrition, because the aid stations are quite spread out.
Right.
And
it's getting warmer and warmer.
Yeah, you do want to fall. Do not want to fall behind either on fluids or on calories. Again, this race is going to be probably 3:35-ish maybe for the men's, top men's. And here's Caitlyn Fielder from New Zealand.
She's all smiling, at least.
Oh yeah, she always is. Very, very strong. She ran OCC last week, so it's going to be a good thing for her. She's not going to be able to start fast, and we'll see how she can rally.
Yeah. I don't know who that is, but that's Greg Bobet.
Yep. So that's our one of the cameramans on bikes, and so obviously the bikers stop there, and the runners will take over. So they take turns whenever it's possible to be on the bikes. They use the e-bikes, and if it gets too technical, then we have runners. And again, these runners are extremely strong. One of them was second at the Mont Blanc VK, so he can climb super strong.
I mean, you have to run fast with the camera, right?
Yes, and with your arm straight.
So that's Anna Hanna. So that's the Olympian marathon runner. So let's see if she starts hiking. So we can see it right now, but
no, we're filming.
So that's something probably that's hard for her, right? You know, that the road runners, they have a hard time to switch to walking, because that's kind of, you know, not what you should do.
Yeah, like both in the legs, because the muscles are different, but also in the mind, you're like, no, I'm not a hiker.
I'm a runner.
Exactly. But sometimes it pays off.
For sure.
So you see the fields is already quite spread out.
Yeah.
Already.
I mean, this gravel road did the job, right?
Yeah, it did. It did.
Here we see the climb up the cow field. With this resolution, there's not too many people to be seen, but okay.
So yeah, we just got an update that Francesco Pupi is in the lead, and Roberto De Lorenzi is in second place. So that's still our top two male runners, probably up at the call. And as we have the rest of the field now coming up.
They all went into the steep climb still running. So, okay, they switched to the hiking. So, I guess some 90% will hike up here.
Yes, it's going to be interesting. So basically, to give you a little bit of a insight, so they're going up to the core, into the trees, and then they're going to go over, down, and then, there we go, on the trail. And so that's a traverse. It's extremely fast. Rolling, so all like pushing, and then they're gonna get back onto that gravel road shortly, and then around the corner, maybe 2 turns, and then across the cow field again, and to go maybe a little bit of a descent, and then back onto another decent climb.
And that was Roberto De Lorenzi, so seemed to be that he's
in the lead now. After that flatter section, maybe he's passed Francesco on that section to take the lead. But again, I want to say this: the whole race, you're gonna have to be in control and really aware of what's going on, because there's a lot of option to take a wrong turn or to miss a turn, and so you have to look for the flags, you look for the arrows, because if you don't pay attention, like the scenario could go wrong, and that's going to be your fault. So we do not want this to happen. We want the best runner to be able to cross the finish line in first. So hopefully all these guys will stay aware, look up, and look for the flags and everything.
But that's oh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's some interesting news here. As we were telling you, there's been a change, and Fred Troncho, the orienteering runner from Scott Running from France, he is now in the lead. So he actually took the best out of this uneven terrain, and maybe took actually the straightest route.
The straightest route, probably, yes. I mean, that's the issue here up on these cow fields. A lot of paths are actually from the cows, so it's not the way you should go.
Exactly. And so if you look up for the flags, then you can take the best trajectory, and that's what orienteering people do.
That's what they are used to.
Exactly. So, I mean, yesterday during the press conference, he was saying, I wish this race was done with the map. That would help me out. But it looks like already with her entering in the race. And there she is. I was telling you about her, Iris Pese. She does a lot of cross-country skiing. So the poles, she's very familiar with them. And she knew and she did not want to push on that first runnable climb. And now she's in her element and she's going to go strong. She knows the race is a long way away, and you'll see later the next big climb to the highest point is VK type.
Yeah.
A lot, like probably 20 more switchbacks, very steep, exposed, and she was like, no, that's where I'm going to start playing.
Essayez de faire des points chronométrés si vous pouvez.
Oh.
Oh la la! Okay, so you guys see the ranking right now on the on your screen, and there's a big change compared to the images you've seen, and because there's gonna be some very interesting thing. We've heard that apparently the two runners, Roberto Delonzi and Francesco Pupi, the two mountain runner, might have gone through deep mud and apparently even lost their shoe.
That's what we heard, yeah.
That's what we heard. Expect anything. And so Fred Troncho, who apparently went around that or find a better trajectory, has passed them both. And now even Bart, you saw him on the ranking, has come in second. So you see, anything can happen. There's going to be rolling terrain that's going to favor the mountain runners, but then all of a sudden the calf fields, the more technical terrain, all of a sudden can change everything. I mean, imagine that. It looks like a cross-country race. You lose your shoe. That does not happen.
It's not Glencoe, but it might happen.
Exactly. So we were telling you people, this race is full of surprises. The terrain is super versatile, a lot of runnable, a lot of technical, a lot of up, down. Woo! It's like what? Not even an hour into the race, and we've got so many scenarios already.
Yeah, hopefully they get their shoes back on, right?
Well,
continue.
Apparently they did, because we still saw them at some point, but a little bit further back. So it's going to be interesting, and hopefully there was no damage physically or in the shoes, so they can carry on and give the best for the rest of the race. But already we see some changes due to the terrain, and that's super exciting.
Yeah, that's the difference between the mountain runners and the orienteers.
Yes, yeah, again. And it's funny because he was joking about it yesterday, but now all of a sudden, oh, so here we go. Francesco Pupi, and, well, apparently still moving well, so it didn't look like he got injured.
At least his shoes are on right now. But they seem to be, I don't know if these are the socks, but it looks like muddy, right?
True. So you saw Francesco Pupi here on the... He was about to start the steeper climb to get up to a col, a little bit of a pass, and then they're going to traverse again the whole way around. So it's downhill, it's technical, it's fast, and then again across some mud.
Okay, merci.
And once they're at the bottom of this is where the VK type thing starts. And I think it's a 400-meter climb.
There's some.
I don't know exactly the total elevation, but it is relentless, and they're going to spend a lot of time in there.
And in the heat, right? Or at least exposed to the sun.
And it's going to be exposed. At least, the second half of it is going to be exposed. Hopefully, we can have some drone images to show you and to highlight how big these mountains are. Because from the top of that summit, you can, as you were saying, you can see like 360-degree panorama on the mountains, on the lake. You've got everything.
Yeah, it's beautiful view actually. So that's a big excuse actually to go up there. Yeah. To
go up there and look around. I don't know if these guys will look around for too long, but
probably not.
But that's how it is. And we're back. We're back at the start of the CHIEMGAU Run, and this is going to be another distance starting.
So as we said, there's the 60 that started at 6 in the morning. There's the 43. That's actually the Golden Trail World Series and the National Series. And these are now, there's 21, so a half marathon basically, and there's also a 10K starting. So there's a lot of people right now. You might hear the cowbells.
Yep. And if you see on your screen, there's a black Salomon tint. Well, the two of us are just behind that.
Yeah, somewhere there, right? So that's right now the half marathon.
So there's been obviously a lot of changes in the men's field after that transition from fast runnable running onto the cow fields and more trail running and finding your path.
Right.
I wonder how it's going to turn out in the women's, if there's going to be changes as well. I mean, there's no orienteering female athlete, but there's mountain running specialists and some more technical skyrunning type runners. And so I just wonder if we're going to see some similar scenario unfold in the women's field. And there we go.
Hey, here's the start now.
That's the start of the half marathon.
And maybe if you look at the pictures closely, you see that even on this rather short distance, there's a lot of people using their poles, at least starting with poles. Yeah. There's even a dog joining the race. Okay, so
here we go. We got another runner here. I doubt this is the leading runner, but this guy is in the climb I was telling you about, up just before tipping over the col and getting into the faster technical trail, slightly downhill, going all the way around the mountain and to the bottom of this very, very steep climb.
Here we are back in the finish area, or however you want to call it. Okay, we just got the information. 1 minute and 50 seconds between first and second women. So we still assume it's Nienke Brinkman first. Yeah.
And second, Anaïs Sabrier. So it looks like Nienke is actually also strong on technical.
Looks like, yeah. At least in the uphill section.
Yes, yes, because we saw as they were heading into that field. And so these are images from the very top. So at the bottom, if you see where you can see a little bit of the
left of your screen, basically?
Yes, you can guess a little trail going all the way around and to the left and to the really bottom left corner into the trees. And that's where these guys are going before heading all the way up in the foreground onto the single track, and that's the VK type, to get up to the backside of the rocks, and then it will come onto, and right behind our fixed camera is the cross.
Yeah, you see this one guy standing over there, so this is where they show up. Unfortunately, with this picture, you can't see the town, right? But probably you can imagine that's way down.
Yeah, it's further back on the right side of the screen, all the way down in the valley. So obviously, we're on the fixed image here at the top, but we're definitely. We'll keep you updated. Stay with us. If you have any question, we also follow on the Facebook page what's going on. So send us your comment, your question. We'll try to answer that as well. Yeah, we can see that, you know, there's champions racing and there's champions following, because Blandine Lirondelle from France, who recently won the OCC last week, is following, and she said good luck to all the runners.
Right, that's a good one. Yeah, everyone's enjoying the landscapes here, I guess, and now we have some moving.
Yep, the drone finally took off, and so at the bottom on the left you'll see the path the runners will take. It's going to be a fast one. Hopefully we'll have images, because they are runners. They are waiting for the concurrents to show up. Okay, so that's an interesting update. Either what we gave you earlier was wrong, or there's been something going on. Because now it sounds like second, third, fourth, and fifth are together, and only 20 seconds off the lead. So
for the ladies.
For the ladies. So it means like potentially Nienke either really slowed down, went from 150 to 20 seconds, maybe took a wrong turn, didn't optimize her trajectory.
Hopefully didn't took a fall, right?
Hopefully didn't took a fall, lost a shoe, like in the men's field.
But at least the other ones are just on her heels, right? So it's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to be exciting, especially
The race is on.
and it's still the first climb. So
It's still very early in the race. And so you see the drone turning around. If they keep turning around, then it'll be possible to see. And we're going to see the lake very soon if they keep going that way, right?
Yeah, you can see it sort of. Right?
There you go.
So there's
Yep,
some light going in. So that's a beautiful picture. Hopefully it's not as blurry as here. Yeah, here you see the Chiemsee. So. And that's the kind of nice thing here, you know. You're really in the CHIEMGAU mountains, and then just, you know, a few kilometers to the north, you have this big lake and with the plains, more or less. So
Yes.
it's not the Rockies where you have the plains and, you know, but it's a similar thing, right? Although the plains are much lower in elevation.
Yes, yes.
And there's not Denver, it's just Munich that's not far away, so just a little. And that's not a mile-high city, so.
No, it is not. But, you know, you can't beat the Alps. Even the Americans say it.
Yeah, I mean, that's always, we always want to go there, but they always want to come to.
Yeah, as they say, the grass is always greener on the other side. And speaking about grass, this is the path that the runners have to go through. And just before coming here, they have to go over a fence on a little bit of a wooden ladder. So it requires a bit of coordination. And here we've got some runners going up.
Is this Anthony Fielder? No,
No, that's a North Face runner.
One. Oh, sorry.
And that's us. How you doing? The sun's coming out.
Yeah, we get some
Very
sun.
shortly, we're going to be losing the jackets. Probably going to put my cap on as well so I don't get blinded by the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, the shirts are already full in the sun, but we'll have another minute or two. And the runners are, you know, exposed right now.
So for those who are joining us on the right, you've got the men's field, not the lead, but one of the runners. So probably the front runners. Oh, that's the wooden ladder I was telling you about. Just to go over the fence.
Yeah, you just need to avoid the cow fences and go up and down. I mean, right now that should be easy. Later on, you know, that might trigger some cramp or so.
And in that second lap, there will be a fair amount of them. I think there's a section where there's 8 gates that you have to go through, which is substantial. Especially once your legs are tired, you can cramp up. You all of a sudden make a move that is nowhere near the running motion, and that can trigger a lot of cramps.
It actually breaks your running motion, right? You always have to sort of stop, right? You climb over this and
have no momentum and then back onto it. So there, just as an information to give you a little bit of a back information here from how we're putting it to get these images together. On that section, on that second lap, there's going to be mountain bike following the runners, and because of these gates, there's no way, especially because there's e-mountain bikes, so it's heavy to carry and to go over, there's going to be runners in that about 2 kilometer section going back and forth to keep giving you these images, while in the background, the mountain bikers will carry their bikes over the fences, until they can get to the other side, because obviously the runners are going to be much faster, and so only then they'll go full gas on the mountain bikes and try to catch up the first runners and again give us images. So it's incredible the thought process and the work that goes on behind just to actually fine-tune every detail and make sure that you get the best possible images. Obviously sometimes there's lack of connection. This is what we do in the mountains, but interesting enough, there we go, top 5 in the women's field right now in the splits. And yeah, we're back on the start, and we're gonna have a little bit of a video update, and then we'll catch you right after that. So stay with us. We'll be shortly back.
Right.
Welcome to the Golden Trail World Series, race number 3 at the Dolomis Run. And oh boy, is it going to be a spicy meatball. These are my notes on who is going to win today, and they've completely changed the format. It's already the shortest race in the season and they've cut the top due to the clouds. So the technical terrain has changed and it's so short that we just can't call who's going to win. In the men's, it's such a stacked field, it's more stacked than a pancake eating competition. We have the winners from the 2 previous races all here, and Nadir, the local boy, is the favourite on the downhill, so he is someone to watch. But there's also rumours that the orienteering world champions are all here to race and to see how they're going to perform, so we just can't call it. In the women's, Judith took 6 minutes on the down last time against Maud, and with no Maud here, she has to be the clear favourite. But it's the Golden Trail World Series, so it's not going to be that easy. Shayla Avaris, the Sky Race world champion, is here, and she does not turn up unless she can perform. With so few other podium runners in the women's, anyone can take it out of our top 20. And if they can't perform here, they could be out for the season. So I'm calling it, once again, it's the race of the season.
Is the same with you?
Yeah.
Are you sure she's the same with you?
One for me, one for you. This one or this one?
Welcome to the chaos.
Family life, eh? Did they sleep here today?
Sleep? What's that?
Is this Romeo and Julieta?
My father. This is mine, not yours. Exactly.
Parti!
We've just heard a little bit more about the race, and actually the changes aren't as significant as we'd first thought. They've taken the very top off, but it's still going to be only about 5 minutes shorter overall in time. That's great for most of the races, but we don't actually know whether the athletes know all of that. So it might be that we see some of the runners go out way too hard, thinking that it's significantly less. Fingers crossed though, it won't change the race too much. We've just been at the top to see all the race leaders come through. It's not quite what I was expecting. In the men's, yeah, Remy was there, of course he was, but El Hussein was on his shoulder, and they've built up a reasonable lead over the following pack. You've got Davide, you've got Bart, you've got Stian, but 2 minutes, you could see any of them coming through from here. In the women's, Marcella is in the lead. Incredible. She came 4th last time. She's clearly building in confidence, and Judith isn't far behind. I can't see anyone stopping Judith. She's just too close. She's too strong on the down. But in 3rd, we've got Karina from Mexico. Behind Karina, there is a pack of about 3 of them, including Iris, who are chasing them down. I don't know enough about her experience to know whether she can hold them on. But with 3 behind who are strong, including Nuria and Iris, I'd be surprised if she can see it through for the podium at the end. Oh man, here comes a downhill. Strap in, people. It is going down, quite literally, and the lead has changed already in the men's and the women's. Judith has flown by Marcella. She's looking calm, relaxed. She's got to be home by now, surely. But can Marcella hold on? And in the men's, Stian's coming. He's coming, but he's not there yet. Remy started to fade and El Hassin is looking really strong. I reckon it's going to be close. 30 seconds at most between them by the time they get to the end. So, come on El Hassin. Stian's knocking on the door, baby. We knew it was going to be exciting, but I didn't know the lead was going to change in both the men's and the women's. Judith, I thought, would be leading by the top, but Marcella has been on form on her uphills, and she had about a 45-second lead. Judith, though, with her descending, that's never going to be enough. Judith stormed past her and won her first race of the season, which is going to be incredible for her confidence. Marcella held on. Wow, she's come fourth 3 weeks ago, second here. Could she be staying on the podium when we're in Switzerland? And in third, Karina from Mexico. She's not someone we've been paying attention to, but she was in third at the top, third at the bottom. She's clearly an all-round athlete, and we've really got to hope that she's going to continue with the Golden Trail series, because getting people from abroad into running is exactly what we're about. And in the men's, I mean, nothing can stop Stian, but they truly tried. Remy went out hard with El Hassin on his shoulder. But in previous races, El Hassin has really struggled on not being able to keep it up until the finish. But he really, really flew down that hill. He took the lead, but you can't stop Stian. It's his year, it seems. He was in sixth, but he managed to come through for the win. El Hassin in second, and in third, Joey Hadorn from Switzerland. He wasn't even in the top 5 at the top, so he must be an incredible descender, and we're heading to Switzerland next. So he's got a podium already. Let's hope he's racing again, because he could really mix it up this season. Here comes the Swiss. We're back in 3 weeks for Sierra Zanal, the biggest race in the season. It's due this home, so she's got to be challenging to try and tie the series with Maud. Stian's not going to be here though, he's off having a baby. So we're going to have a new winner, and based on today's race, it's wide open. So stay tuned, because oh boy, it is going to go off.
It's time to get ready for the classic of the classics, the Fast and the Furious. The mythical Sierra Zanal race is back. The age-old history of mountain runners being challenged by road runners repeats itself once again in this thrilling race where anything can happen. This is the race with the highest density of elite athletes in the world. The show is guaranteed. See you on the 8th of August in Switzerland for the 4th stage of the Golden Trail World Series.
And we're back after this little bit of a recap from Sierra Zanal and now from the Dolomith Skyrun for earlier stages of the Golden Trail World Series. And here, the infamous switchbacks that we were telling you about. And from here, it looks rather flat, but if we get a different perspective, it will be different.
I think you can guess from the trees that this is not a flat section.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. And at the very top, if this is correct, this is Fred Troncho from France, the orienteering guy, who is in the lead, and by the look of it, the only one who's actually running still in this steep ascent. Right behind, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runners, right, like about 20 minutes, 20 seconds, sorry.
Yeah.
And on the profile, you see they are reaching almost the top of that first lap.
And the third runner here in the screen, you see with the red shorts and the black backpack and the white cap, that's Bart. So still moving strong, I guess. And he's still running as well. So they all sort of.
Yeah, they're all moving about the same pace. And it's very interesting to see that Fred Troncho has opened the gap. So one of the runners here stopped on the side, so this is one of our cameramen who is running.
Or maybe just a hiker, because you need to be aware that, you know, these two mountains are really famous for, you know, going out for a hike. So, and it's a beautiful day today, so it might be that there's some other people on the course. Hopefully they're cheering. Runners on,
probably,
right?
because, I mean, there's no better spot that up on the top with this 360-degree view to go up and cheer the runners as they go by. And so, yeah, the front runner with the white T-shirt is one of our camera guys. So there's actually only 3 runners following Fred Troncho, and I believe that's Bart Elouzine, who's in third.
And there's one with a backpack.
And it's perhaps it's another camera runner, which would mean then it's only the top 3 men who are right on that screen. And on the very so on the very top, on the left, Fred Tronchon has now tipped over to get all the way to the cross before falling down on the side, on the leg side.
Yeah. Hopefully not falling down, but running down.
Yeah, it's going to look like falling, because I believe these guys will be flying, but you're right.
Yeah. Actually, running down is falling under control, right?
True, exactly.
Using gravity, hopefully.
Gravity is your best friend. Use her as much as you can.
Yeah, and we can't see Francesco Pupi or Roberto Tolorente. So
yeah, hopefully nothing bad happened to them. And see, we were right. So that was a cameraman as well trying to offer us images. Yeah. Sadly, apparently, there might have been a little bit of a connection issue. But these 2 guys are on. And this is Bartolomeo Preturetsky and Elouzine Elazaoui, who are respectively in 2nd and 3rd so far. And on the far left, you see Fred Tronchon tipping over and finally starting that descent. So the first part of that descent is single track, very, very fast, not very technical, unless there are cows that you're going to have to navigate around, because there were some yesterday, and it was quite challenging actually to pass them.
It's either cows or their remainings, right, that you have to be careful of.
Don't want to be slipping.
There's no bananas, but there might be some cow remainings, call it that way.
And so, yeah, we've got the split at the top. They are 55 seconds behind Fred. But these guys know how to descend, and they know how to descend hard. The question is, how hard do they want to descend? Because, again, it is still early. And look at these views. They're going to go sharp left. There you go.
And then it's a long descent.
And it's a long descent. You'll see on the ridge.
And maybe as a reference, we're now 1 hour and 22 minutes into the race, something like that.
That's insane pace.
And they already climbed the first.
So they go into the trees here a little bit, but then they're going to come out shortly after and run alongside the ridge for quite a while.
It should deliver some quite nice pictures, hopefully.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the scenery up there is just amazing.
I mean, even here you see these are nice, really nice single tracks, and usually sort of smooth.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, your top 3.
Pretty close together. There's Nienke. Likely still the first lady pushing the pace.
That's right. And so she is in that steep climb, and she's about to pop out of the trees to come into that switchback that we saw from the drone view. And Francesco Pupi, as we hear, is 2 minutes and 40 seconds from the lead, so he might have tipped over by now. We didn't have the images, but that's the information we got from the field.
So he should be on the downhill by now as well, probably.
Yeah, it's a nice. It gets a little hard to distinct which runners are which.
But probably you see all of them, all the 3 together, more or less. But I mean, the first ones seem to be Bart, right? With the red shorts.
That's right. I mean, Bart and Elouzine together can run extremely fast on that kind of terrain, because it's not a very steep slope. It's just downhill, so you just have to keep the legs rolling, and these guys are comfortable and technical.
But it seems to be that Frédéric is somewhere up front, right? Because at least the color of the clothes doesn't fit him.
Here we've got 2nd and 3rd runners, and if you see a 3rd one on the screen, that's our camera team who are trying to follow, because the minute they're going to get the reception back, we're going to have images and probably a very clear understanding of how fast these runners are going right now. And it is, yeah, again, it will be very, very interesting to see how much they're willing to push to potentially close the gap on Frédéric or to just kind of recover from there. And as well, and I don't know if this information has been shared with all the runners, but once they're going to get back onto the gravel road, the wider trail close to the restaurants, and it's probably going to be less than 10 minutes from now. And they will actually be allowed to cut
switchbacks.
Cut the switchbacks. So to choose whether or not they want to go straight down the cow fields or use the actual road.
Zigzagging down, yeah.
Yeah.
So it might save some, quads, but it might cost some time, right?
Exactly. it will be harder on the legs to go straight down, shorter distance. So then it's how do you know yourself and how do you believe you can benefit from that or not? And
it might be slippery still. So that's the other thing, you might have a hard time going down there without sitting on your butt.
Yes, and clearly you do not want to take a fall there. And we've just heard, because we still have someone at the very top of the first loop, that Anthony Flebert from France, Team Matrix, has gone in 6th position. And only 3 minutes away from first, which means he's not too far off Francesco Pupi.
Yeah, that's super close.
Yeah.
In 3 minutes on the downhill,
it's nothing. It's nothing, but yet, all the runners are going so fast that actually making a difference there. You can, so in the left part on the other side, you can start seeing the switchbacks that these guys are going to run through or cut, depending on the option that they want to make.
So maybe to clarify, there's usually an announcement if this is possible or not. So it's not every race that you can cut all the switchbacks, right? So
correct. And I don't think it was made extremely clear for everyone. But this is what we've been told when asked to the race director, saying yes, this is an option, and runners can, if they want and if they feel like this is possible, take the shortcut exclusively in that little area that you can see now on the top left corner of your screen.
Where there's all these little huts and houses. Yeah.
And there we go. Second and third runners in the males field right now at the CHIEMGAU Trail Run, 43 kilometers. And they're on the downhill, closing that first loop before heading back through town and into the second loop.
Yeah. And maybe keep in mind, if you're cutting switchbacks, you still have to kind of orienteer a bit. So you need to look where to go. Staying on the road is kind of, zoning out a bit, at least.
It's basically taking a chance. And so it's like, okay, do I feel like I can do this? Is this the best trajectory?
Yeah. Am I used to do it? Right?
Am I comfortable doing it? We saw that in Cielzinal so many years ago when Mark Lowenstein chose to cut all the switchbacks, orienteering guy, and he was like, yeah, I can do that. Yeah. I'm comfortable with it. And this is how he made such a big difference. Cut up first runner and then ended up winning the actual race.
Yeah.
So, it is an option. It is up to the runners to decide whether or not this is relevant to them.
Yeah, it might not be your option.
Right, exactly. So don't think that necessarily taking a short, cutting the switchbacks, it necessarily will be a shortcut in time, or you might pay later because you will trash your legs going down that very steep cow fields.
And paying later will be a big thing on the second loop. Yeah.
And again, the second loop is daunting for so many runners that it's just like, okay, I got to save my legs, I got to save my energy, and look at these images. So they were only minutes ago at the very top there at the back. And they've already covered all this distance.
So you see here we are not really above tree line, so it's not that high up in elevation, but I think the landscape makes up quite a lot here.
Yeah, you were saying 1,750 meters high?
Yeah.
Yep.
And the second ones are 1,500 something, so it's a little bit less.
It still feels a lot, especially that last part climbing. It's pretty high. And there we go. We are in the switchbacks with the lead woman, Nienke Brickman, who is absolutely murdering the field. I can't wait to see who is in second, to see if Anaïs Sabrier has been able to keep up with that incredible pace.
And I think you can realize now how steep it is.
Exactly.
So as we saw the other ones running, it always seems to be like, you know, a decent grade, but this is steep. The cameraman is having a hard time keeping up with Nienke.
And essentially, if you look back, you fall over.
And she's still running parts of it, right?
Yes,
so
just like Fred Troncho. Person in the lead is still running somehow these switchbacks. It's quite incredible.
Okay.
Okay, so 139. So that's Nienke. So actually, we see her now on the switchbacks, but she just went over the peak basically, and is in the downhill right now. So it seems to be that pictures are a few seconds off, but that's perfectly fine. And again, this is steep. So people should use their time on the downhills to recover some, right?
Yes, and also like because you get through the excitement of the race and the competition and discovering that course as well, because they haven't been on that course. Almost none of them has seen that part of the course, and so all is unknown, and you still have to be focused and into your race enough so you can think about drinking, think about hydrating, because like the fueling as well is essential, especially in this early stage.
Yeah.
And if you fall behind, you can pay the like heavy price of bonking or being dehydrated. We know these descents are very, very traumatic on the legs, and if you start cramping and if you're not even on the second lap, oh boy, it's not going to be a good time.
And there's not that many aid stations, so it's not like you can get from one to the other without any drinks and
correct
any calories. So
yes. Very different from like races like CHIEMGAU, for example, where runners can afford to run with close to nothing, because they see people every so often that they can just grab a little bit of water, maybe carry a small flask in the hand, drink a little bit off of it, chuck it. Here, yeah, you do have to be self-sufficient.
I mean, there's a small amount of mandatory gear, probably.
Yes,
so that's
correct.
something we might mention here. So especially people in more or less the back of the field, they're really carrying a backpack. And even some of the top runners are carrying one. The other ones, like here we can see.
Yeah. And on the screen, we've got Anaïs Sabrier, the second lady, going up that crazy climb. We should give it a name. The climb of hell.
The climb of hell. I think this is a Dolomite run, right?
Correct, yes.
But that's the CHIEMGAU climb of hell.
CHIEMGAU climb of hell. Absolutely crazy. And then, yeah, we see already Anaïs Sabrier falling back a little bit, because that's a very different approach, and it's going to be interesting to see if those different type of runners with poles will make a difference, or at least, if not climb stronger, will have actually used way less energy in their legs for the later stage of the race.
Yeah, that's the main issue. It's not about being faster, it's about being more efficient, right?
Being more efficient, being more consistent, of putting a little bit of a effort from the legs, and they say as soon as it's more than 20% grade, using your poles will actually save 30% energy in your legs, and 30% is incredibly high. That's a lot of energy that you're saving moving at the same pace.
Right. And then if you're only using one pole, you might save 50% of the weight, right?
Yeah, and you end up crooked. So please, if you use poles, use two.
Use two, yeah. Yeah, recently I was using just one because I broke the other one. That's not really efficient, so yeah, have to.
Yes.
Or none, if you're not used to.
And there we go. Good move from the male runners here, realizing they're not moving as fast as Anaïs, who's in second place in the women's, and they just let her go. Very good, very good move.
Yeah.
Yep. We appreciate that.
Yeah, there's this still, I would say, old saying in running, proud to be chicked. So it's really not, these ladies are really strong.
Oh, absolute champions.
There's no, you shouldn't feel any way embarrassed or something to be overtaken by these ladies. They are top.
Yeah. If anything, you should be happy that they're absolutely killing it on that climb.
Yeah, you should cheer them on. That's a way to go.
And see,
And she's not hands on knees, right? So
no, she's not completely bent over. As we were saying, she's still the type of mountain runner trying to alternate between running and hiking in these switchbacks.
And maybe the difference being hands on knees is you're kind of bent over. With your poles, you're more or less straight up.
Straight up.
It's usually easier to breathe, but that's, again, what you're used to.
And maybe we can talk about stitches. Like, you know, if you're bent over like this, it's harder to breathe or to get a lot of air into your lungs. And so this is something you have to be very mindful of. Like, breathe in a lot, but also breathe out. Because what you do not want to happen is not breathe enough, so you don't renew all the air in your lungs, and you end up with an overload of carbon dioxide. And that creates a huge stitch. So one of the reasons you could have a stitch is because of that. And so the only way to get rid of it, and it can be very, very quick, you just stand up straight and then bend over completely, breathing out very, very strong, and everything you've got in your lungs once or twice or 3 times, and then stand back up, breathe in with everything you've got. And if it's a stitch that is generated by this phenomenon, then you could get rid of it almost instantly. So this is a little bit of a trick here. If you have a stitch that is due to the breathing, this is how you get rid of it.
It makes sense to have these few seconds of a break instead of trying to keep going and, you know, having this for a long
because that will only slow you down. And you see here Anaïs Sabrier, Team Matrix from France, absolutely killing it on this climb. If you're joining us, Nienke Brinkman has gone past this point, so Anaïs is in second place in the females field right now.
I don't know, the previous information was that 3rd and 4th and 5th are close together, but we don't see them right now. So
No, indeed. So we're just going to have to wait on the images and see where they're at.
Here you see we're nearing the top, so it's getting more rocky and a bit more technical.
Yep. That very last section before you tip over and you start like discovering the view, the lake, and everything. Woo!
Yeah, it would be interesting how many of the top runners actually saw the lake.
Look up and see the lake.
All right, that's.
So we're a bit frozen here, but we're gonna wait. We'll be definitely shortly back with images, so we're back at the start right now. But the top male should be now like bombing down that four-wheel drive track, gravel road, very, very fast. And so again, we talked about this, the potential option of cutting some of the switchbacks. It really depends on the type of runner you are, whether you can read through the fields and know where you could actually cut and gain some time, or if you just don't feel comfortable with it and you see somebody else doing it, you know, do your thing, run your own race, because it could actually cost you more to try and take these shortcuts than actually run faster, more consistently on these four-wheel drive tracks.
You could probably recover some on the four-wheel track, and the other one might cost you some additional energy you don't want to spend there right now.
Yep, so we're in town, sun's shining,
dogs are out, having a good time. Here you see the church, so we're just, you know, positioned next to the church. So actually the finish line and also the halfway mark basically is here just next to the church. We're now a good 1.5 hours into the race. Here you see some people coming in, warming up. That's probably just someone warming up for something.
Yeah, or maybe some runners from a different race going through.
This is the short course, sorry. Yeah.
And yeah, we've got some questions here. It seems that we're only showing live tracking of 20 runners that are currently running through a checkpoint. Is it possible to track, for example, top 10? I don't really know, but somebody will probably answer you. And yes, some of you guys are rooting for Bart. We can't wait to see how it's going to unfold. Bart and Elusine are in the chase in the downhill. We saw that right now. Fred Troncho from Scott Running from France was in the lead. He was the fastest runner up that first highest point, and now diving into the descent before crossing town. Here you get the images of that aid station. But I can tell you what, these guys are going to fly through the aid station. There's going to be Formula One transitions here. They're going to probably drop their bottles, get new ones, and out in seconds. So
yeah, they probably take, you know, a tenth of time as these guys are doing right now. So
yeah,
not much time to eat here, enjoy the buffet. More or less.
Yeah, and I mean, if we could, we'd go out there and have interviews with them. It's like, hey, how's it feel? You're in first, and then no, you're in second. You're in third, in fourth.
They wouldn't answer any questions, I guess.
They will be flying through. So keep your eyes peeled, because the minute they're gonna go past this fixed camera, is gonna be instant. And actually, you can learn from their transitions, because there's gonna be someone here, someone from the crew helping them out, handing over bottles and stuff. And yeah, this is where you actually shave off seconds as well.
Yeah, that's Formula One type racing, right?
Properly, yep.
So
instead of stopping and filling your water bottles and trying to find something that fits you at the aid station, they have their stuff ready and they just throw whatever they don't need anymore on the ground. Don't worry, it gets picked up. It's not like thrown out in the wild. And then they get new stuff. So here we got drone images, and
that's from the downhill.
That is on the raid shortly after tipping over on the downhill.
Unfortunately, it's hard to judge who this is actually,
but that's running fast. All right, well, if you have any questions or anything that you would like to share with us, please pop on the, if you're not on Facebook already, on the Facebook page. We have a lot of comments here, and we'll try to answer whatever you've got about the race, about running, anything really. We'll be happy to provide you with some answers, whatever we know, and if we don't, we'll tell you that we don't, because we're not going to try and.
No, that's. Or we'll try to look it up at least.
Yes, exactly.
So 1 hour 45's over soon.
And yep, we've got people from Poland who are here cheering for Bart. That's going to be an exciting one.
Ouais, je pense qu'il y a encore un peu de temps avant qu'il passe, ou alors il a pris la fusée là, parce qu'il y avait des bornes. Mais parfait, on garde surtout à droite, là il y a des images.
All right, so here on the right side you had images. There was no runner, but you get an understanding of what kind of trail it is. It's rather technical and yet very, very fast, because it's slightly downhill, so it will give you momentum. You don't have to work too hard. And then once you get to that call, you tip over on the left and get on that four-wheel drive where you're gonna have to choose your options.
Yeah.
And there you go. We got runners now. This might not be the lead, but that'll give you an understanding of who is running and how fast they're running too. Yesterday when we went through that, we had to like wobble around cows, so that was quite a funny one.
And to see, although it's sort of a smooth trail, you still have to, be careful of your footing, right?
Yes, absolutely.
There's our second lady.
Here's the second lady, Anaïs Sabrier.
So at least that's what, we guess she is, right?
So in second, she's going to go through a flatter section and then dive into another descent that's going to be way steeper, way faster, and we'll see whether or not she will take options and take the shortcuts. Hopefully, Fred Troncho has been informed that he could take the shortcuts as well, because as an orienteering guy, he could do some damage there. So hopefully the information has been spread throughout the whole field and all the runners.
Yeah, for him it should be, without thinking, actually taking the shortcut, right?
Of course. And I'm sure, just like bionic people, he would see the lines through the fields and know exactly where to go. So hopefully, we'll see him. But at this time, he's already gone through. So we're just going to have to ask him at the finish which option he took.
Yeah. And just previously on the screen, we saw some people getting their stuff. So that was the 60K. They had their dropbacks here in town. So they fill up because they have a longer journey ahead.
They do have a longer journey ahead. And they did this first lap exactly the same as the 43Ks, but they started 2 hours earlier.
Yeah.
And that's Ana Alonso from Spain. So if we didn't miss any in between, she will be then running in third position here.
Yeah.
Sarah Alonso, who's been like 11th at Loria de Nuria, 10th at Dolomites Run, 11th in Sierre now. So she's been very consistent, very strong all throughout the season, and that places her currently in the 8th place of the overall Golden Trail World Series. So far, she is going to El Hierro to the final, and she's here to score potentially even more points and secure this top 10.
Yeah, that will be her plan, right?
Yes, because if you weren't with us at the start of the race, we explained a little bit how the Golden Trail Series works, and there's 6 races in total during the season, and runners have to do at least 3, and the points of the 3 best races are put together to create the ranking, and the top 10 men, top 10 women, actually, to keep it interesting, they take the top 11 men and women to go to the final in the Canary Island and the island of El Hierro. And the top 10 overall, after the points that they will have scored in the final, will get awarded with cash prize money and tickets secured for all the races of the next year's World Series.
Right, and the final one counts double, right? So that's probably something we should mention here as well.
Yes, you do have to be prepared. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our first runner, Fred Troncho, apparently still in the lead on that descent now. By the look of it, he's already gone through most of that descent. And he's been followed by one of our mountain bikers.
And you probably saw these red and green arrows, so that's why here it's still the same course for the 60K and the 43.
Correct. And the 60K is in red, and then these guys will be following the blue arrows. Right. So you see Fred Tronchon here on the screen, quite relaxed. Hopefully he's just cruising through, which is good because he knows that there's a second lap to be done, to be completed, and now he's on the road. He's on the road. Okay, so that is now he's closing that loop right now. Earlier this morning, if you were with us at the start, they were running up that road section. And so he will be in town in less than 3 minutes now. He will go down. See, he's drinking out of his flask. He's finishing the water he's got with him, and he's going to refill at the aid station here as fast as possible. But it's interesting to see that he is still in the lead, even though Elusine and Bart are absolutely monsters going down. Could they not keep up, or did they want to save their legs to put the hammer down and put their attack on the second loop? We will see.
And even Fred seems to be like not hammering it completely.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So they know there's
in control.
Ahead. Yeah.
You're right. And no, he should not go right. I hope somebody told him, because they came from there. That was a little bit of an extra loop going out, but I'm pretty sure on this, I might be wrong as well, but I'm pretty sure he had to go straight down. We'll see. He had a mountain biker with him, so
yeah, they hopefully
yes.
let him know.
And there were arrows too on the ground, so he must have followed this. I'm probably wrong here because we did the recce, but you know, I'm not a runner.
So that's again picture of the first summit, the Hochkern. As we said, 1,750. It's actually 48, so apologies for this. But if you climb up the cross, you know, you're at 1,750.
Exactly.
So. And here's again Frederick. He's on a cowfield section right now, getting into or closer to town. Maybe you notice one of his calves is actually down, so maybe that's from one of, you know.
He's just running so fast. This is the socks are falling off. Yeah. And so yeah, we've got a lot of comments here. I missed that. there's a lot of elite athletes actually following that race, maybe because they have scored points and they want to see who might pass them, who scored better points, or what a good race they're missing out on. So
yeah, that's probably the main reason.
yes, so hello everyone, salut Thibaut Barognan, salut mon pote, j'espère que tu vas bien, love, cœur avec les mains pour toi mon gars. And yeah, we got also Serge qui est avec nous. There's a lot of top athletes following, and I don't know where there was a question here. How much sleeping did I get? So maybe, and there we go.
Maybe Frederick, he's on the right path. So you saw the blue and the red arrow. So
if you had to make a decision between who's right about course between me and an orienteering guy,
hopefully
always choose the orienteering guy.
Yeah, we should all get a lesson in orienteering.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's fantastic to see him run.
Yeah, you always have to keep in mind, because they are used to looking on the map and not on the ground, and still kind of make it through technical terrain.
Absolutely.
Right?
And you see on the ground these blue arrows that Fred is following. He's definitely on the right path. And yep, we're going to see the mountain bikers up. It looks pretty smooth indeed, because these guys have been in the World Series, World Championship of mountain biking. So we have true athletes also on the bikes to give you these images. And here he is, Fred Troncho, running for Scott Running International, coming from France, the orienteering runner who had the second best time in Cierzinal last year, has had troubles earlier in the season after a bad fall on his knee, and it looks like so far he's doing a performance that is matching that time in Cierzinal. So fingers crossed he can keep it together and he didn't leave it too much out there on that first loop before heading into the second one. And the only way to find out is stay with us.
Stay with us, yeah. Yeah, fingers crossed. And he still looks like smooth, right? It's not like he's fighting along.
Yeah. You can't tell like right now. You're like, oh, he's hurting, or nope. He's still moving smooth across these trees. He's going to go over the bridge to the right and head back into town to cross over. Actually, very close for where we are sitting right now.
And it's pretty symmetric running, so it doesn't seem to be that his knee is bothering him any, right? So that's good.
We'll get the aid station here as well for us.
So just side information, we're just, in the back of the aid station. That's why we just get some watermelons and a croissant.
Yeah, so people are feeding us. They understand, like, we need to keep it together. We're loaded up on coffee. And yeah, super stoked. Fred Troncho, look at that. He's just looking to the right. He knows where the runners will be coming through, and he's just checking, keeping the people behind him in check. He's like, okay, who's behind, how far, just to see how you can manage his effort.
So here you see a lot of construction work going on. So unfortunately, town is a bit of one big construction work, but for the runners, that shouldn't be an issue at all.
Nah, they will be fine with that.
So that's already back at the sort of finish line, but right now just the midway station.
Yeah, so just a little bit past midway, and I think look at that. Fred is still smiling, still in the race. It doesn't look like he's hurting yet, so that's good. That's good race management. Hopefully, he can keep it together and surprise a lot of people here. Like, we've been following him during the whole Golden Trail World Series so far with interviews and stuff, and it looks like we've got a Fred Troncho full potential today.
Yeah, these legs are still looking strong, right?
Yeah. And so if you're joining, or if you missed out on that, so far second place finisher at Cierzinal this year, Nienke Brickman is currently in the lead of the women's field, and we'll have images probably shortly after of her. Behind her was Anaïs Sabrier, another very, very strong mountain runner who's got the experience as well. So I'm sure she will be managing her effort pretty conservatively. And then in third place from Salomon, Spain, Sarah Alonso, who's currently 8th in the Golden Trail World Series ranking.
So in the previous picture, you saw this one guy just standing and waiting for the leader. So that was the race director. So he's
Dominic.
He's keen on seeing the first ones coming in.
And there we go. In the distance, probably another 300, 400 meters, they will be coming through town. So you'll hear people cheering, you'll hear the bells ringing.
You already see the church on the left, or at least the roof of it. So they're not far away anymore.
And so the question we were asking ourselves earlier is like, going through town after one lap, is the ranking going to stay the same or not?
Probably not.
Who knows? And there we go. There he comes.
Yeah.
Frédéric Troncho running for Scott International from France with a very strong background in orienteering. And there we go. There he is.
So now we will witness this kind of Formula One
and there we go.
change.
Boom.
You know, one bottle,
dropping the bottle,
away.
taking another one, and this is as much as he's going to take. Didn't even waste a second here.
No.
And so you see he has a belt because, as you were saying earlier, they still have mandatory equipment to carry with them. And so he has all this in the belt under the shirt, so it's harder to see. But I am also 100% sure that he has fuel as well and a bunch of gels to keep him going, because you could see that it was colored fluid that he has in there, probably electrolytes or an energy drink.
Maybe even some calories in there.
Exactly, yep. But you see that these runners are really minimalist in what they carry. They know exactly how many calories, how much they need to drink. And so far, we've got no one, so it's going to be good to try and keep an eye on the time and see how far back probably Eluzin and Bart. They were together last time we had images.
Right.
And see if any of them has put on a bigger effort to try and catch up, or at least bridge the gap with Fred.
And if you think back to the Hochkern, you know, they were in eyesight, right? So they were not that far away. Seems to be taking the switchbacks was sort of a good idea.
It will be an excellent question. I can't wait to hear from Fred whether he took the option of taking the shortcuts or not. But if he did, it's probably going to be as efficient as Mark Lowenstein when he won Sierzinal so many years ago now.
And you know, it might even be that Bart took the shortcut as well, but for him it might not have been the fastest version.
A beneficial option, true. And
Here
they are. And Bart has dropped Eluzin. They were running together. And here he is, Bartolomeo Priderischi.
You see him wearing a vest, putting in the flasks again.
Yep, runners take. Oh, there we go. They are actually all together. Eluzin El Azawi and Francesco Pupi used that flatter, faster gravel road to come back.
So it's now 4 people within 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
That's about that. Yeah, correct. And see, there we go. A little bit of a chat. He's probably getting the splits to know where the front runners are and how much of an effort he's going to have to put on. Oh, the race is on, ladies and gentlemen. And we have our female leader, Nienke Brickman, on the descent.
On the gravel road. And you see, you can hammer it down. But probably you shouldn't.
And it's interesting. I don't know if she's listening to this right now, but her silhouette with like a very strong and composed stride, and the cap reminds me in the silhouette as Megan Kimmel.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, and I can make the link as well because Megan won Pikes Peak.
That's true. Yeah.
And if you're listening, Megan, holler to you. We miss you.
Yeah.
And it certainly reminds me, at least, of Megan, that kind of stride.
Yeah.
But it's actually really impressive so far what Nienke Brickman is putting together as an effort. And again, we'll take the splits when they'll go through town to see how far Anaïs Sabrier will be. But probably not too far behind unless Nienke really put in an effort. And we saw on the right part of the screen, it was Fred Troncho heading into the second lap. And yeah, so far looking strong.
If you look at her still, you know, the face or the cap is, you know, pointing upwards, so it's not really fighting, it's just letting gravity do the work, so looks like smooth running.
Yeah, and you do have to look up, so with the cap you got to be careful.
Yeah, there's different ways to wear a cap, right?
Yeah.
Brims up or down, or, you know, like Hal Kerner. He looked like never, you know, he couldn't see anything, but it seemed to work.
Just focus on the feet. Yeah. Focus on the feet.
But you're right, the cap is like, you know, Megan wear it. Yeah.
Only one lap. We only have half the fun so far. So if you're joining us for this CHIEMGAU Trail Run, it's the 5th stage of the Golden Trail World Series here in Germany. We're replacing Pikes Peak. That was just too hard of a logistic challenge. And so it was not possible for everyone to show up there. And therefore, we've chosen this course. But it is by no means a B course. It is an outstanding course with a lot of variety. And here in the lead of the men's, he was second at Siersena last year. As you can read, he won ahead of Bart or even Jim Walmsley at the first stage of the Golden Trail Championships in the Azores last year.
And he was third overall.
And he took third place. So he was really, really an incredible runner. And he can show right now how strong he still is, because that trail is actually quite steep and he is still running, not fading away one bit. Fred Tronchon running for Scott.
Yeah. But it's just one more loop, right? So
it is just one more loop. There we go. From Team Matrix, the French runner. And we have another start here. You can hear the bells. Anthony Fielder.
Yeah, that's now the 10K starting. So that's why you hear the cowbells in the background.
So many different races happening today. Everything under the sun. What a stunning day.
So if you want to go up, get up early. It's the 60 for you at 6 in the morning. The 43 is at 8. Then we had at 9 and at 10 start of the half marathon and the 10K.
And here, again, fantastic images. Fred Tronchon on the right leading the men's, and Nienke Brickman on the left. So we have here the two leaders of the CHIEMGAU Trail Run so far.
Yeah, I think you saw the ladies list that was a bit outdated already because it was only an hour in.
Yes,
so
yes.
But still, Nienke is first, so that didn't change
Nienke
at all.
is still first. She is finishing that first lap, while Fred Tronchon is in first as well. He's gone through town, and now he's into the second lap, into that long grind. So this is actually quite a long, like few kilometer grind where you just have to keep your head down and just run hard.
And you see another runner nearby. He's cheering him on, and he should be probably one on the 60K race, right?
Correct, because this is still the same course that they are using so far, all the way up to the highest summit, and then shortly after that, the 60K will branch out onto a different direction, while the 43K runner will head back down into this side of the valley.
But without forgetting the small bump that's
that
in the way towards the finish line.
Climb. It's going to be a killer.
Yeah, hopefully there will be some footage from there.
Oh yeah, yep. Crossing my finger.
Still looking strong. And again, I hope you can see on the screen that this is not a flat section at all.
Oh, this is extremely steep. And so far, Fred Tronchon is showing an absolutely strength and grit and confidence as well to go out first in that first loop. Hopefully, he will still have enough in the tank to perform in that second lap. What we know is that after this grind, he goes into Cowfields and then onto a very steep ascent that will definitely suit him. So here we've got the splits after 2 hours after this first lap, and Bart was almost 2 minutes back.
Yeah. Which is
that is a significant gap.
Which is a lot if you think of that at the summit they were so close together. So it looks like Frederic did a good job on the downhill. And sometimes being chased is good, right? You're running with some fear.
Yes, so that's how you have to manage it. Either you're looking back and you're feeling like you're being chased, and that's extra motivation, or you just forget about what's happening behind you and you just look ahead and just, I'm going for it, I'm going for it. Yeah, there's a lot that can go on in your mind.
And fear must not be a negative thing, right?
No,
so
no.
It's just
and so the internal dialogue here, it's up to you as a runner to handle it and say like, yep, I can be in the lead, I'm comfortable with this, I'm not going to let this influence my racing, I got to keep the pace, I got to keep drinking, keep eating, stay in control. And here Nienke Brickman, he's finishing that first lap. There's a little bit of a loop. There you go. You don't want to miss that turn.
Going into the Cowfields where we saw Frederic before. So from here you're going into town, and then it's just a bit of road.
Yeah, it's about a K from closing the first loop. While Frédéric Troncho is still looking extremely strong in first position.
Yeah, he's checking his water, probably, you know, checking splits that he made up before. And it's getting warmer, even here where we are sitting. You know,
yeah,
so
now we're in the sun. We're going to get tan by the end of the day.
They might feel the heat already, but it's now 10 o'clock or a bit after 10 o'clock, so getting warmer. I mean, the good thing about being fast is, you know, you're back in at the finish line before really the heat's getting in.
And we see that in ultra running, and the elite athletes surely can appreciate that when they're done, like more than twice the amount of time they spend out there, there's going to be still runners participating.
So it looks like being fast is easier, right?
Yeah, I just haven't found the trick yet.
And again, we see Nienke next to Frédéric, so quite nice shots here. Nienke is getting closer to the mid
probably
waypoint.
Now less than a kilometer before she goes through the aid station and closes that first loop.
And if you look at her, you know, her composure is the same going up and down. It's like, you know, being really kind of straight up and...
Yeah. With still like a very athletic looking stride.
Yeah.
I mean, when you shoot for 2:29 in the marathon, like you clearly have like very or close to perfect like biomechanics.
You should, yeah.
And so there you go. We've got 8.4 kilometers before the summit of the second loop.
That's 900 meters of climbing, so almost a VK.
Yeah. Yes, that's a lot. That's a lot. But it looks like Fred is climbing very, very well. So
yeah. But there's some strong climbers behind him. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We cannot bury Bart or Elusin at any point.
So here we see Dani Moreno, not Dani Moreno, Zara Alonso, sorry. So curious to see if she is now second, right? So either we missed Anais Sabri or Zara Alonso is now second.
That could be an option. That could be a very viable option. Maybe Anais is saving her legs and she's not as strong as a descender. So yeah, I'd be with you on assuming that the Spanish runner is now in second place, as we see Nienke Bjerkman up the stairs, across the bridge, and yeah, half a K now into the finish line. And there you go, look at Bart.
He's trying to drink something.
or just cooling himself down on that climb. He must have taken maybe 2 water bottles at the aid station, I can't remember. And so he's trying to lose a little bit of weight. And the 3 runners are together. Francesco Pupi took advantage also of that runnable part. He is very strong on this. Again, we remind you guys, if you don't know, like 2:15 marathoner. So he has the speed. He's a strong mountain runner. Because earlier this season he trained specifically for a marathon, and then he transitioned into mountain running, getting some more climbing in. And so these 3 guys, incredible runners, all together right now, chasing first place Fred Troncho, who is probably just under 2 minutes ahead now. And you can see that they're working hard. This is typical Bart, like head down, just focus. He's leading the charge. As we see now Nienke Bjerkman, who will come through town in a matter of minutes now. And we'll see her go through the aid station, same as the lead runner. She will very quickly hand over whatever she doesn't need, get a new water bottle. And actually, I don't know, but she might be in the top 10.
I guess so, yes.
Because, I mean, obviously we have the images of the leaders and we don't have everyone in between, but seeing the pace she's running out, she might be in the top 10.
There's not too many men in front, right?
And another thing also, if Fred performs and scores 100 points, then that would bring him back into a very good mix and probably into the top 10 as well.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have as good of a race earlier in the season, and so far he's ranked quite far in the overall ranking. He's 46th after scoring only 6 points and 26 points in Dolomites Karen and Sierzinal respectively because of his knee injury. And for those who didn't know, like, so that knee injury happened in the orienteering World Championships, and he fell on his knee. We'll finish this story later, because this is Anaïs Sabrier now coming onto the road. This is the very steep road, the descent before they do that little loop, before closing the first lap. And the question is she third or second?
She's second, yeah. Hopefully we see Sarah Alonso soon, that we can...
That will give us an indication of who is where and in which position.
Guess again.
But Nienke Bjerkman has a significant, now opened a significant gap on the chasing pack, whether that's as Alonso or Sabrier. Yeah, it's impressive what she's done. And knowing her, it's I don't see her fading away so much that she would get caught. So maybe she has already canceled the race and taken a strong enough lead, a big enough lead on the rest of the females field. Look at her.
So you see she's sorting through her stuff that she doesn't need anymore.
Getting rid of what she doesn't need, dropped on the ground, pick up the new ones, and off she goes. And if you can see, and if you can remember, I think in the men's, none of them took 2 bottles.
It was only Bart who had 2, but probably 2 small ones, right? Like the 250.
And then we could see that on the climb, he was actually emptying some of them.
Yeah.
And here you go. As I was telling you, this kind of runnable grind uphill is the forte of Francesco Pupi.
Yeah.
And they're at the same point now, 8.4 kilometers away from the top. So this is where Troncho was, well, probably more than 2 minutes ago.
It's more than 2 minutes, I guess, right now.
So maybe Fred Troncho is still opening up even more the gap that he had on the next runners.
Now that's a few back to the first summit, the Hochkern. Cross again here. So if you look around, that's not the only 2 mountains that are here in the Chiemgau. So there's a few more to explore if you have time.
Yeah, no, beautiful. We had a lot of chance here. A lot of luck. Sorry, I'm using French words to speak English. I'm getting tired already. And I haven't even run. And yeah, here on the images, our friend Miguel, one of the world-class mountain bikers that is providing you with all these images. They're a bunch of friends there with Greg Vollet and Thomas Ditch, who also joined that crew to offer you these images on the e-mountain bikes. And I tell you what, these guys are absolute world-class on an e-mountain bike, and which is how they can provide you with search images. As we have another runner in the men's race coming through the 8 stations, and you see, even though he was rather quick, it's still maybe 10-15 seconds that he did not save by just dropping that. So crew, if you want to be competitive at some point, right now it has become, if not mandatory, necessary.
Yeah. If it is allowed.
Yes, indeed. And Nienke Bjerkman, she is still finishing her PhD in Zurich. So it's not like it's only a runner, it's like a brain and a pair of legs. Extremely strong. And she's new to this scene, really. Like she was, it's actually, we can make a connection for those who have been in the scene for quite a while with Anna Frost from New Zealand. Because Nienke was actually a field hockey player for the longest time. And eventually she was like, oh, you know, I like running, I'm going to take this on. And she did that very late and obviously very, very talented.
And as I said, she's doing her PhD, so brain helps actually in running 2 loops, right?
Oh, yeah, to know how to pace yourself, have like the best race management, hydration, nutrition, and saving your legs. But it looks like here she's in control. It looks like almost she's got another gear waiting.
Just trying to get some calories in, looks like.
Yeah, staying on top of everything as we. So just earlier, and I think it would make sense to see her in third. Sarah Alonso from Spain. I believe that Anaïs Sabrier from Team Matrix from France is in second position. But we'll get an update very shortly, because I think in less than 5 minutes we'll see them go through that aid station and we'll have images.
Okay.
But sure enough, Nienke has opened a gap that is very, very significant by now.
And you see all the other runners, you know, stepping by. These are from the 60K course.
Yes.
And that's another additional boost, I guess. You know, if you're running by and then they're cheering you on, so that's a perfect way to design the course that you're on the same one here.
Absolutely. And the runners are mindful, and when they hear somebody coming back, they're stepping on the side. So it's a very good, healthy, positive relationship here on the trail.
And that's Sarah Alonso, so I'm not sure if she's now. It's still hard to say if she's second or third.
Yeah, yep.
Pictures are too far away, though. Yeah.
We got to keep the suspense going here.
Sure.
And so we're back at images from the top of the highest point in the first lap, 1,748 meters.
48.
Precisely. The highest point in this CHIEMGAU trail run.
Here we see Sarah Alonso. It seems to be. She's close to.
Yeah. And about less than a kilometer now from making it to that aid station and closing this first lap. So that would secure, if Ana Alonso goes in to finish second in this race, she will definitely secure a very strong position. She's currently 8th in the overall ranking of the World Series, so she will probably move up to. Actually, I could say that accurately.
So previous results were 11th, 10th, and 11th. So that would be a big jump. That's again Nienke, you know, just taking it easy on the way up. Or easy is a relative thing, but you know, she's looking strong here.
So yeah, Sarah Alonso has a 50 point, 56 and 50 point. So if she was second, I think it is 88 point on top of that, and that would cancel one of the 50 points.
Right. So it's always just the best 3 of them count. So maybe the easiest calculation is for Stian. You know, he won 3 races. There's 300 points. So
yeah, that's one easy way to do. It used to be Killian's way.
Yeah.
It's good to see that somebody's taken over. And actually, it's the same in the women's with Bud Mattis.
Yeah,
It's 100, 100, 100, boom, done, score 300. Nobody can top that.
Yeah, you can take 1 or 2 races off.
And then you can chill for a bit before the final. And as you were saying, rightfully, the final, the points count double, so everything is still up for grabs in the top 10.
So you should have fresh legs still at the end of the season. Or sort of fresh legs. Okay, Nienke is on the gravel road climb, so where we saw Frédéric before and the other 3.
You have more than 5 minutes.
Looking strong, getting in some water, or electrolytes hopefully.
And there we go, so here we have our answer. It's Anaïs Sabrier from Team Matrix from France, who comes into the aid station closing that first lap in second position. She looks in control, she knows what she's got to do, drop stuff. And this is Thomas, the team manager here, helping out and probably also giving the splits. They're having a little bit of a chat here. Very, very important, these words for the runners. Words of encouragement.
8 minutes. You have 8 minutes.
Yeah, and these pit stops or the crew stops, they are important.
She arrived on the start line.
It's not only that you take time to refill your bottles, but it's also the information you get from your team, actually.
Yep. Like functional information, know the splits and all, but also, okay, you're good. Like words of encouragement, keep them going as well. Remind them, drink well, eat well. This is what you got to do. This is what you have ahead of you coming, so they could keep control their run. But look at her, look at Nienke just motoring through that climb, and I mean, there's. How far do you think? I did not take the split.
It's not that many minutes ago that we saw actually Francesca Puppi and the other 2 going up there, right? So it seems to be she's really close to. She's within the top 10. I don't know.
Yeah, I would believe so. And yeah, I was too busy doing math to try and take the split. But if Sarah Alonso from Spain goes in to finish second, she would take actually 5th place overall. So go from 8th to 5th and secure that invitation to the final, and then to be in the mix, to be in the top 10 and
Canary Islands.
In the prize money indeed. And this is the ridge after climbing all the way up to the highest point, the Hochkern.
This is the kind of shortcut here on the zigzags. Again, Nienke on the downhill, short section, or at least it looks like it's a bit downhill.
Yeah. You have a little bit of downhill, and then it kind of flattens out for maybe a K, and then you go back up again. And she's still head down in control.
Still the same composure then.
Really like there's one thing I regret today actually is that Maud Matisse is not here, because that would have been really interesting to see if actually Maud would have been able to keep up with her.
Yeah.
Because it looks like Nienke is also comfortable on technical up and down.
Yeah.
And right now she's showing incredible strength. And yeah, it will be interesting to see how strong she finishes in the overall field.
And there's Sarah Alonso coming in 3rd right now.
So that's about like 3 minutes past 2nd place, and from France, Anaïs Sabrier. And you've got your podium in the women's so far. And oh, look at this! Look at this! We've got company. This is Daniela Moreno from the United States, running for Hoka, One and Rabbit. And this is where race strategy comes into play. We haven't seen Dani Moreno at any point in this first lap. And you see there now, there's such a small gap. Maybe she's been just waiting patiently. But
you see her, she needs to fill up her bottles on her own. So that's a few seconds that you don't want to spend usually. So
yeah, indeed. And so like this is where you'd hope that your sponsors and stuff like that would allocate resources for you to save these seconds. And look at her. She's looking at her splits. Maybe heart rate. I don't know. Some runners actually use heart rate to pace themselves as well. And here's another hooker runner, Caitlyn Fielder from New Zealand, living in Andorra. So nothing is done for that 3rd place. They are still all together in the mix.
So it seems to be that this previous information that the first, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are not far away. It's still.
It was accurate, and not much has changed in this descent.
She also has to refill her own bottles, taking a few seconds here. But sometimes it's a positive thing,
Yeah, and so look at the splits. She had 7 minutes on 2nd place, and then another 10 plus on 3rd place. Nienke, she absolutely blew up the females field right there.
And on the uphill, it seems to be she's not slowing down at all.
Not looking any sign of fatigue. She's just taken away.
I mean, she's not racing against the other ladies. She's racing the men right now, I guess.
Oh, and it's a whole different ball game here.
As you said, would have been interesting to see her against Maud.
Because when she showed up to CRZ like, she had probably no expectations. She was just like invited. It was actually the race director who raced the Zermatt Marathon and saw how strong she ran. And it tapped on her shoulder at the finish, like, "Hey, you broke the course record here. Would you like to come to CRZ now?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, that would be fun." And she went on to not only break the old course record that Maud had established, but like run in extremely strong 2nd place. And now she's absolutely confirming that she is an incredibly talented athlete, and her future in the sport is bright. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
It will be steeper soon. So I will have to leave you and see
so
you later.
That CRZ was also her very first race of the Golden Trail World Series. And so, as we said, to be in the overall, you need the sum of the top 3. So she has, if she wants to come to the final and be in the points, she had to run today, and she will have to run at the end of September in the Skyrun, in the Pyrenees,
right,
to get all the points from 3 races.
But if this one works out like it looks like right now, she needs to, right?
She could, yes, with 2 races, she could actually potentially make the top 10. But what is it that she won't? Make the top 10 or win?
Yeah. And if she gets the opportunity to travel there, you know.
Oh, she will. I can tell you that much. And it was interesting because we got some feedback about, like, talked to her coach, and he was like, yeah, well, she'll decide to run trails. It was almost like a downplay, because originally she was training to run a 2:29 marathon.
You are doing super well.
And all of a sudden, she saw the opportunity and the talent that she has in trail running, and she was like, oh, maybe I'm going to chase that. And so change her plans, and her coach is now helping her to get even stronger at what she's doing. And it's hard to believe that you can get stronger than that.
And the other thing you see here quite nicely is that some leg speed is necessary here. So,
oh, absolutely.
You know, the 2:29 helps for sure.
You need to be a very well-rounded runner for this, and she surely is. So in the 3rd place on the left was Ana Alonso from Spain.
Sarah Alonso.
Sarah Alonso, my bad.
No worries.
I'm getting confused with Anna from here, from Germany.
Yeah,
who's an even faster marathoner, 2:26.
Yeah, she did a 2:26.
Yes, went to the Olympics in marathon, and here is competing in the women's field. We haven't seen the images, but she's probably in the top 10 in the mix.
Yeah,
with the top ladies.
She also transitioned just recently to the trails, basically, and that's her first, you know, international stage. So.
All right. Well, it's going to be good to see where she can land.
Right.
And so we don't have an update in the men's field,
Come on, Yankee.
but it will be good to see, because so far Fred Troncho is showing also extreme strength. Oh, this is a good section. Look at that. She'll go down and then across the river, and it's probably the mountain bikers here that are like, ooh, I'm stuck. But it's a very cool section on the single track, and we have here.
That's one of our German runners. Actually, she's English, but it's Eife. So. And that's again Sarah Alonso on the uphill.
So it might be confusing, but Sarah Alonso has already closed her first loop, and she's in the second one now.
Yeah.
While the previous runner was just finishing her first lap.
Right. That was a picture from town, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, you see the different arm work, basically, from Sarah Alonso compared to Nienke. Again, that's the Hochkern summit. And soon we'll see the second one, I guess. Or soon. It's still, you know, it's a 900-meter climb up there, 8.4 kilometers.
And so here we have the splits, so don't be confused. That's when they closed the first loop, and now they're way into their second loop. 2 hours and 27 minutes into the race, so a lot has happened since. And we're looking up every time there's a runner going by. It's like, oh, is there someone we recognize going past? And it might not be on your images, but we're keeping an eye out for you guys and keeping you posted on who's coming through.
Yeah, short information. We're some 20 meters off the actual chute where they're coming through. That's why it's not that easy to see.
Yeah, and here's Sarah Alonso, as far as we know, in 3rd position in the women's field, also moving rather strong here, and it means that Anaïs Sabrier from France Team Matrix, he's also just ahead of her, but we just don't know how far yet.
Yeah, maybe we can see her somehow on the screen
in the
soon.
front, but what would be interesting is see what's happening in the back, because remember we saw that there were quite a few
Caitlyn
ladies.
Fielder and
and Danny Moreno. They
Yeah.
were not even a minute back, and so depending on how they pace their efforts, look at her. This
She's
is
looking back.
Thank you. You're making me like kind of relevant here. It is. There might be a massive comeback from either the American runner Danny Moreno or from the New Zealand runner Caitlyn Fielder, who would have paced their effort slightly differently, waiting for this second lap, to actually start pushing it. So the race is on. The race is on.
You see a big difference in equipment. Sarah Alonso is going minimalist.
Absolutely,
And the other twos have their big backpacks basically on. Both of them filled up 2 bottles of water. So
yeah, we'll see, because they are in the shape in the trees, but you see the sun is shining, and as you were saying, even the heat and the sweat comes down pretty hard. And so far we don't see anyone, so at least there's not any time soon.
So maybe that was just a confidence check back, but
you always want to know what's going on and what's coming back. But she's still running pretty strong here on that climb. It is a relentless climb, because when it gets steep and in the single track or in the cows field, chance to actually recover a little bit. Like you hike and you change the rhythm. Here, you just have to keep going and going and going at it.
But she's looking back again, so there might be something to hear in the background.
There might be something that we don't see. And that's the downhill, a little bit of a downhill, very quick, very short, that we saw Nienke run through about 10 minutes ago. And the more we're waiting without knowing what's going on in the men's field, the more I get excited to know how Fred Troncho managed the rest of that climb. That we remind you, right now it is, as you can see on the screen, very runnable gravel road, except that once you get to, I think it's 400 meters from the top, it becomes really steep, really rooty, rocky, a little bit of mud, so it couldn't get slippery as well. And you really have to look up, because you have, again, several options of trails to go up. And if you pick the right one, again, it's seconds and seconds that you can shave off or lose if you pick the wrong one.
And that should suit Frederic, right?
Exactly. If he can make it there, not feeling too damaged, there he is going to for sure put extra time on the chasing pack. Chasing pack, remind you, was Elusine, Elazawi, Bart Pretorieschi, and Francesco Pupi, the mountain runner, indeed from Italy. And this is...
That's again one of what I mentioned previously, Eife. So she's in the German trail running team, and actually from England.
All right, okay. And she was looking around her. Hopefully she didn't get lost, took the wrong turn.
Yeah, or lost some jealous or whatever.
Or dropped something. Indeed, yes. If she had gone through the aid station, sometimes you just forget to zip up a pocket or something.
Again, just Sarah Alonso to see. So
still looking strong. Still looking strong, and looking at the splits as well. That'd be a really good performance for her. And perhaps coming from Spain, like she's familiar with the heat, she won't be affected as much. And as you were saying earlier, very minimalist kit. So,
but I'm curious if it's really a heat race. I mean, it's warm, but it's not. It could be warmer, right?
It could be warmer for sure. But the thing is, because it's such a relentless course with ups and downs, and that final part with very, very fast downhill where you need to keep your legs together. If you end up only so slightly dehydrated or have an electrolyte unbalance, then it's going to be unforgiving, and on your legs you're going to start cramping, and that's going to cost you a lot of time.
A lot of time. And as you said, this 150-meter bump, that might be,
I can't wait. I can't wait to see that bump. That and I think it's 8 or 6 or 8 gates that they're going to have to go through. And I don't know if they have to go through it or jump over, because here is very specific. I went through one that we might see on the images, and you actually, it's not a gate that opens. You actually have to go over it.
Yeah, if you, there's so many different options to actually get across a gate. And if your legs are tired, climbing over it isn't the best option.
It will, it will hurt. and break the momentum as well. So
yeah, and there will be a few that you have to open up and should close afterwards. That's another, break in your running stride for sure.
Because you don't want to let the cows out.
Yeah.
And it was something I didn't know. We saw the signs on that second loop. There are wolves in the area, correct? Like we saw the sign.
There might be, right?
Oh, so maybe that's more for tourists.
No.
To scare us away.
There's every once in a while there might be a sighting for sure. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. But it's not like you're in grizzly country or so. It's less of an issue.
Oh, sure. Like okay, nothing dangerous for the runners for sure. These guys are too fast for the wolves anyway.
Or not as tasty. I don't know. So sweaty. Okay, we only see Sarah Alonso and don't see Anaïs Sabrier up front. So
yeah.
That seems to be another runner from the long distance, from the 60K up there. So that's for sure not her. She's again sipping on her water. So
and she's still moving well. So we'll see how our mountain bikers if she's gonna stay with her or try to catch up and try to offer us a few images from Anaïs Sabrier from France, who so far is second in the women's field.
Right. Maybe both of them will catch up. We'll see.
It will make it interesting. That's what we want. We want action. All right, maybe a little bit of a check on Facebook. You're so many to be with us. And so that was 13 minutes ago. Anthony Felbert, I think, went through in 6th position.
So now that's Anaïs Sabrier.
Is 9 minutes back. So we saw remember where that runner, that mountain biker stopped. She's exactly 9 minutes back from the lead. Anaïs Sabrier going over that fallen tree. And it confirms she is in second. And we will see Sarah Alonso.
When Sarah Alonso is passing there.
Yeah.
And even just climbing over this tree, if there's a few of them. You feel it. Yeah. 9 minutes. That's already quite a gap, actually. So Sarah Alonso is still a bit away from this section, but not that far.
And yeah, we're being asked in the comments if Thibaut Barognon is going to be at the Skyrun. It's a bit like asking if the Pope shit in the wood. Knowing the party that takes place in the Skyrun, Thibaut Barognon for sure is going to be there. And it's going to be another fight. Like, he loves this race. He almost belongs to there. He's seen as a local over there in the Pyrenees. And we got a big thumbs up for our photographer,
Jordi
Zaragoza, who's same as Philippe Heiter. He's always there, always on the side of a trail, taking photos and offering us really cool still memories of all these races. And we see still Sarah Alonso. So we haven't had, she hasn't gone through the
one section,
that one section with the mountain bikers who will give us the split on the screen. And so Anaïs Sabrier was 9 minutes back. So I think she was making up a little bit. No, she was not. It was about the same time.
Yeah.
It was about the same time. So as though we felt like Nienke was running extremely strong, it looks as though Anaïs Sabrier and Sarah Alonso are moving at about the same pace.
And actually we didn't see Anaïs Sabrier, how she ran up there. So that was hard to judge, how she feels.
Indeed. But knowing the splits, I think it was about the same compared to the time that they went through here in the village.
Yeah. And Sarah Alonso just passed one of the 60K runners. They are on the course 2 hours longer, so you see the speed of those ladies. I think she's now getting closer to this one section, so some 3 minutes later.
And the question from Bouclette au Vent with the top three men. So last we heard was Fred Troncho running for Scott from France. was in the lead after almost leading the whole of the first lap, and he had about just under 2 minutes on the chasing group, and in the chasing group with 3 guys: Francesco Pupi, Bartolomeo Prejorischi, and we have the split here.
So it's 12 minutes and right now 20 seconds
of the lead for
Sarah Alonso.
Going down that fun section and branching into a more wavy technical trail
so
up and over the tree.
Another good 3 minutes off from Anaïs Aboué.
Yep. So I think the gap is opening, and let's see if we can stay with this mountain biker, see how far the American runner Dani Moreno is, and if also Caitlyn Fielder did catch up or did lose some ground on that very runnable uphill section of the race.
Right.
And to finish the chasing group, so there's Elouzine Elazaoui, who was together with Bart and Francesco
Pupi.
Yeah. And the 3 runners were together just like less than 2 minutes back from Fred Troncho.
And up the gravel road, they should all have a good time, but when it's getting steeper and more technical, we'll see.
We'll see.
Hopefully Francesco Pupi is not losing his shoes again.
Well, yeah, this is definitely going to be a question that we're going to have to ask Francesco. What happened there so early in the race? Hopefully nothing bad, but he looked like he was running strong still. So
sure.
Yeah, anything can happen still. And that lap is not over. Then they're going to tip over to the highest point. Then going off the highest point, like, is that Hochplatte?
Hochplatte, yeah.
Hochplatte. Just over 1,500 meters of elevation, of altitude.
1,580, so it's almost 1,600 meters. Almost a mile high.
Yep. And then once they go over that, they tip over on the other side, and the first like 300-400 meters are insanely technical on very smooth, polished, and wet rocks. And so going down that, you have to be composed. You have to be really aware of how you're going, because if you push it over, there's no other option. You're either on the wet rocks or in the bush.
Yeah. And that's the issue with these limestone rocks. You know, if there's a lot of people hiking there, it's pretty polished. And if that's wet, that's slippery.
Yesterday, it was lethal as we were going past. So I can't imagine how the runners are going to go through that. But they will, and they probably will going fast. But that's surely going to serve Fred Tronchon very, very well.
For sure, yeah.
And so that aid station, if I'm correct, is where the 2 courses split. So the 60K runners will go on the left, following the red arrows, and the 43 kilometer runners will go straight. And so we've got the images there, but we've got runners going that way as well.
Yeah. Kind of confusing right now for us, because they're going towards the 43, right?
Perhaps there's another distance that's going that way.
Or they provided an option to take it, easy that day.
Okay, no, I'm actually tired. I'm switching back to the 43Ks.
Yeah, that might be wrong, speculation, but at least there shouldn't be too many on that blue course already, right?
No, true. So, and I don't think we've missed any of the top guys, because that is about a kilometer past the summit after going down. So maybe a little bit than a kilometer, because then they have switchbacks across cow fields and then straight down.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's exciting. And then maybe Fred Tronchon will be just like the first female runner, Nienke Brickman, going through the halfway mark in first and finishing in first.
In a good lead right now.
In a good lead, yes.
Yeah, really looking forward to the first pictures of the men where they are right now. So,
yes, we're eager. And, yep, there's a little bit of a focus issue here. It's good.
Yeah, we are fading out. That's good.
It's like, well, we don't need to see these guys, really.
No need.
But, yeah, this is images. Again, if you're joining us right now, we're past the middle point. We're 2 hours 43 minutes into the race after the runners from the 43 kilometers have started this morning right in front of us. And until we see the next runners, we're gonna see another video recap of the Golden Trail series. Very shortly, we will be back for the final stage of this race, and it's gonna be exciting, so stay with us.
Hello and welcome to the Golden Trail series. Trail running is back. If you're wondering how long it's been, too long. We're here in the Ola de Nuria. Look around. We're back with 6 races to qualify for Argentina, and today we start with 21.5k. If you're wondering if that's going to be tough, think again. It starts with a vertical kilometre. After that first vertical kilometre, it doesn't go easy though. 72% of today is above 2,700 meters, so altitude is going to play a key role in this race. Go early and you may burn out, but wait too long and altitude will start to kick. We don't know who's going to win. They've been training away from anyone in their own backyards. So today it's crazy exciting because anyone could genuinely come along and win today. Stay tuned because today is going to be the race of the season.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready to suffer.
It's like I'm feeling really good. I feel like champ. Jest się dobrze dziś. Dziś czuję się jak mistrz.
Excited?
Yes.
Wondering where they are. They're just behind me over that ridge. The race starts with a vertical kilometre, and wow, has it split the field. Remy has gone out strong and Stian has been on his shoulder, and Remy knows that if he wants to stand a chance of winning this thing, he needs to shake off Stian before the downhill. Davide was looking a bit tense, I've got to say, but it's still early in the race and he's the champion, so we can't rule him out. And we also have to look at who else can come up behind them. Nadir is looking very strong, and boy can he run downhill. So this race is all going to be decided before that first big downhill. A lot of the ladies I was talking to were quite coy about how they're feeling about today and whether they were going to take it out on that first hill. Not Maud though. Wow, she has absolutely blistered up the first hill. She's got a massive lead and she doesn't look like she's tired. Incredible. Behind, we were hoping for a response from Judith and also from Rachel. They've been looking quite relaxed, and I know for both of them they really wanted to see how they were feeling before determining what pace they were going to attack the top. At the moment, they're looking relaxed. Let's see whether they're going to pick it up and try and haul Maud in, or whether they're going to fade. Could you see them? Probably not. They're moving way too fast. They're just coming up to the final big descent, and we knew this was the point where the race could be won or lost already. Stian has a commanding lead. I can't see anyone catching him on the downhill. Remy has been dropped a little bit. He's good on downhill, but I can't see him catching up. But he still is strong in second place. In third, Davide. He's got into the swing of things. He's slowly tracking in Remy. Can he catch him before the end? I don't know, but it's Davide. If anyone can, he can. In the ladies, wow. Maud went up that first hill way too quick to be able to keep the pace up. Nuh-uh. She's still flying. She's got the course record in sight, and I can see her taking minutes and minutes off that. She looks strong, and she has got intent of telling everyone, guess who's the winner last year? Guess who's the winner this year? But the former champion is here as well. Judith was taking it easy on the first hill to decide how she was feeling. And actually, she still looks smooth. She's getting into her running. I can't see her catching Maud, but I think she's got a strong second. And from nowhere, Oyana. I didn't see her coming in third, and I can't see her losing it now. She's good on up, she's good on down, and she's only got a little bit left to go. So that could be our top three. Let's wait and find out. I promise you it's going to be good. I didn't know it was going to be that good and that close in the men's in particular. That first hill, we knew Remy was strong coming off a really powerful winter season. He took it on the first hill knowing he needed to get a lead, but Stian was there on his shoulder. He couldn't shake him, and by the top, he started storming past. His downhill was incredible today, and in third place, Davide. For some people, he was the favourite going into this. I've got to say, on the way up, he didn't look that comfortable, but by the time he was on top, he was getting into his flow. So I really think next race, he's going to be challenging for that position. In the ladies, a completely different story. When I saw Maud this morning eating her breakfast, she had a steely look in her eye, and boy did it tell. She took that first hill at pace, and she just didn't let up. Her lead by the end was massive. But to be fair on the other runners, Judith had a year off. She's had a baby, and she said this first race was more of a calibration. She looked completely smooth on the way down, and I really think she's going to be building race to race through this season. So watch out. By the end of the season, she's going to be there challenging for the win. And in third place, Oyana. Oyana, oh boy. I hadn't done enough research about her before because I didn't think she was going to be a contender for the podium. But she looks strong throughout, and she's definitely going to be someone to watch throughout the rest of this season. Killian predicted with a slightly shortened course there were going to be personal bests and new course records today. He was saying for the men 206, 208. He was wrong, 204, and the women were just as strong. This is genuinely the best field we've ever had at the Golden Trail Series, and this is just the first day. So imagine how good they're going to be by the end of the season. Keep on watching.
It was so hard. It's a tough one. It's short, but I think it's harder than the marathon races. That's what it takes to get the podium in the Golden.
It was a hard fight.
Very hard.
I'm very happy. It was difficult, and I didn't know where the women were. So I pushed, and I pushed until the end. Good comeback. Yeah. It was just crazy. I was a fan of you. Oh, yes.
Wow, what a first race of the season. Some of it was as expected, some of it completely different. We're going to double it in 3 weeks' time at the Marathon de Mont Blanc. Who knows whether the winners today will have the strength to see them through the full marathon. So stay tuned and watch us in 3 weeks' time from Chamonix.
The magic of Mont Blanc is back with the second stage of the Golden Trail World Series. The best trail runners in the world have gathered at the Mont Blanc Marathon for an epic battle in this majestic backdrop. Who will succeed Ruth Croft and Davide Magnini in this roller coaster race? See you the 4th of July in Chamonix for the second stage of the Golden Trail World Series.
And we're back in CHIEMGAU.
Back again.
Yes, after seeing another race recap from the Golden Trail World Series, we're back here in Germany for the 5th stage of the Golden Trail World Series. Big lineup, a lot going on, very versatile course, and we're waiting to have updates from the front runners, both in the men's and in the women's field. As a recap, right? In the men's, from France, Fred Troncho, running for Scott, had taken the lead and had just under 2 minutes on the chasing pack. Chasing pack made out of Elusine Lazawi, made of Francesco Pupi and Bartolomeo Brejoretsky, who were chasing hard, working almost seemingly together.
Yeah, and for the ladies, it was Nienke Brinkman really being in a nice lead, like, you know,
yes,
9 minutes ahead.
Absolutely,
of
confirming her second place at Ciasina was not an accident by any means.
And really looking strong, but although the other ones didn't lose a lot of time on this second
ascent, so we'll see.
So it was Anaïs Sabrier, like 9 minutes behind, and then there was Sarah Alonso, just another a good 3 minutes behind.
Yeah, so and what's exciting here is that the third place had another 2 runners really close. So clearly the podium was not secured because Dani Moreno from the United States running for Hoka and Rabbit, and it was Caitlyn Fielder running for Hoka and coming from New Zealand, lives in Andorra.
Yeah.
They were actually less than a minute back at the halfway mark, or at least after that very first lap.
And we could even see on the second climb, more or less, Sarah Alonso looking back every once in a while. So they must be sort of close still.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so here on the images, you see a lot of runners going through. These are the runners who have started earlier this morning around, it was at 6 a.m.
Yes.
and to run the 60 kilometers. So while the stage of the Golden Trail World Series is 43, they started this morning at 8 CTE.
Yeah, and maybe you hear a lot of noise in the background. That's why the 10K and the half marathon people are coming in. So the 10K, there's a few in, and even the half marathon, the first one's in right now.
Yes.
So that's why, you know, there's some noise in the background for sure.
And the half marathon on the images here is as well going through there. So there's a lot of runners from different races, but we're hoping that we haven't missed any of the runners in the 43Ks.
Yeah, right now, I guess we would, you know, recognize the first ones, just crushing it
we
here.
will see. They'll be doing backflips over that fence.
Yeah, at least you don't want to run through that fence, right? So
oh, hell no. No, that would be a bad move. But yeah, so that camera is located very shortly after the highest point in the second lap, the Hochplatte. And in the descent, it's quite technical, that descent. And so hopefully we'll see a runner pop in any minute, any second now. And we'll see whether this is Fred Troncho or not.
Or someone else. And although you see us in the sun and it's getting warmer and warmer,
it is.
At least in this video you see here, there's not that much sun, so it's good for them actually, ideally.
Yeah, there's in the shade. Oh,
there's Bart coming. There's Bart coming for sure.
He came
he
hot,
almost
hot on that turn.
Yeah.
Here is, and right behind him, one of our cameramen trying to keep up with him and show images.
So that seems to be, if we didn't miss,
if we didn't need Fred Troncho, it means that Bart has putting the effort now, and he was waiting in the first lap. He had some gas in the tank, and he's putting the effort there, probably on the uphill, going over that highest point, and now bombing through with the aid station that we saw earlier, and taking right turn to go on to stay on the 43-kilometer loop.
And you can see him sliding down here, so it's not like, you know, super dry.
No, it is really a slippery course indeed. So far, Bartolomeo Brejoretsky
and Francesco Pupi.
And Francesco Pupi, who was also in the chasing group. And so it seems as though Elusin lost time, or potentially we missed him as well. But Francesco Pupi moving also quite well here on this downhill.
Getting to the aid station, but probably not stopping there at all.
Yeah, I would doubt it. It will be good to watch though, because there we go. And then now he's back on some runnable terrain, and that's where. So he might actually fill up a little bit of water.
Yeah, it's getting warm. So.
Yeah, it is getting warm. But see, now when they can't be crew at the... Oh, and here's Fred
Frederic.
Troncho. So Fred Troncho has lost 2 positions in that second lap going up that field. And he... Oh, let's see if he stops at the aid station or not. Hopefully he's not too tired. But he has lost that 2 minutes gap on that climb up to the highest point in the second lap. And
or maybe on the traverse. That's the other thing.
Yes, yes, indeed.
That's
the
wrong way.
Oh no, Fred. There we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
They let him know. So, but that's an annoying few seconds, right?
And that might be an indication as well that he's just a little bit tired and not entirely there. And we say, like, if you're not 100% focused all the time, there are mistakes that can be made, especially from an orienteering runner. And so far, I'm just wondering, where is Elusin?
Yeah.
What happened? Elusin was in the mix, in the chasing group, together with Francesco Pupi and Bart.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen him go through, and Francesco and Bart caught up with who was in the lead up until then, Fred Tronchon running for Scott from France. And so there's a lot going on right now.
There's a lot going on, and you saw that Bart is now pushing it.
Oh,
I guess,
he's pushing. He absolutely is going for it, and he did not stop at that aid station. So perhaps you see the strategy of going a little heavier, getting 2 water bottles here at the end of the first loop, going into the second one might have been a better option, because yes, you do waste a little bit of more energy carrying that half a liter up the hill, but then you go through the aid station, do not stop, and that's 15 seconds right there.
Yeah, and you have a few more electrolytes if you need them, right?
Indeed,
so
you can drink whenever you want, whenever you can.
Let's see. Right now, there's nothing to be seen of Elusin, right?
We're just waiting to see what's happening.
And then, there's 2 minutes made up quickly by Bart towards Fred, so we'll see what the ladies are doing, right? So if Nienke is keeping that long gap, actually.
Yeah, she didn't look like she was fading away, and she had like that 9 minutes.
Yeah,
was quite significant gap.
But also Frederic looked strong, right? On that.
He did indeed. So we'll see. Maybe he just didn't have as many gels as we thought he had in his belt.
Yeah, just a few, a few calories left or lost actually.
Yeah. And as you can see, quite outstanding weather for all these runners today.
There's a lot of hikers out there cheering on.
In CHIEMGAU.
You see a few clouds, but they're not enough to provide a lot of shade. So,
yeah. Now that's going to be an exciting end of the race here, with runners in the top 10, men's and women's, with positions changing, and we'll see also how the strategy played out, because we've seen some runners here coming through in the top 3 here, but perhaps they had pushed a little too hard, and others held back, saved a little bit of energy. As we can see, here's the first lap, which is already very, very challenging, going up and then back down the ridge on a very fast course, and then across the village and then back up the hill all the way to Hochplatte, and then down around, and here is the little kick. One final kick, hopefully, that we'll see. We'll have images of before heading down into the final stretch, into the finish, 43 kilometers. That's a very similar data as Mont Blanc Marathon. Mont Blanc Marathon being like 42 and 2,600.
Right. So there's even a bit more climbing here.
A bit more climbing here,
but not as high up. So
not as high up, but like so, it's more like variety of terrain, because you get a lot of fast running, but also a lot of technical running.
Right.
And here we
that
are.
Should be Bart, right?
He just came out of the single track onto that.
You see him flying,
look at him. Okay, he is now all out. No holding back anymore. Bartolomeo Pietrovitsky, who's taking the lead in that 43 kilometers. I told you he had prepared. He had spent over a month training in Livigno, over 20 hours a week at altitude, and this is the result.
Training 20 hours, recovering the other.
The rest of the time, indeed.
And you see him flying by the other runners, so hopefully there's no one, or the people are stepping aside, so he can push. And And hopefully he has still in mind that there's the small bump coming.
Oh, he knows. He knows that. But, you know, Bart, when he's going for it, he's going for it. There's no stopping him. And I think he'll be in control and he'll be able to, like, handle that last kick, hopefully well. But now he's definitely put the foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, but he dialed it a little bit back compared to the first few seconds we saw. Because there he was.
Oh yeah, he was
flying,
turning around. So it'll be interesting to see how much time he's put on Francesco Pupi.
Yeah, and we saw Francesco Pupi and then Frédéric, but we don't know yet where Elusine is actually. So that would be interesting.
Yes, that was one of the question marks.
He's still pushing from behind.
Because he was with the chasing pack, but we didn't see him on the images, so we're just unsure what happened to him. And there you go. Bart is back on that very fast downhill four-wheel drive track, gravel road. And so in maybe a K or so, he will go under the lift station. He's looking back. He's trying to figure out, because on that kind of terrains earlier, it was a bit more technical, so I believe he could have opened an even bigger gap on Francesco Pupi. However, as soon as Francesco is going to hit that gravel road, he's going to be able to push as well and like have very, very fast leg turnover.
Yeah. Although it's going to be hard for Bart to recognize Francesco, because there's that many people right now.
There's so many people on the trail.
So it's hard to realize him. But at least it's, you know, wide enough that there's no issue about overtaking or being blocked by someone. So it should be fine for him. And ideally they cheer him on, so.
So yeah, that's going to be a flatter section a little bit. He's going to have to push for a little bit of a kick uphill for maybe 200 meters, if that, and then down again into like right under the lift.
So 200 meters is just in distance, not
yes, no, in distance, correct. You're right to mention that. Just 200 meters in distance, not in elevation. In elevation, there's barely 10 meters.
Yeah, right now 200 meters in elevation would, you know, you would feel it.
Oh, and here we go. Only now at the aid station comes Elusine El Azaoui, who was in the mix in the chasing group.
That's a few minutes back, actually.
Something must have happened here. Maybe a massive bonk. I don't think he would have gone the wrong way, because they were together.
Or as you said, you know, up there it's pretty slippery, so hopefully he didn't take a tumble, right?
We can only hope for that. And see, so that's the section I was telling you about, where you can't just only use momentum anymore. You have to shift gear and to go back up, push a little bit.
Get some electrolytes in.
Yep, keep drinking, looking after yourself, because indeed, this is not over, and they're gonna keep going around that second mountain massif behind us. And here's the top of the lift that I was mentioning earlier. And at this point, there's going to be a few very, very steep switchbacks with kind of loose gravel as well. So you do want to be careful with your footing and not like come too hard into those turns. And you see down below the valley where these runners they will have to come. It's going to be like we are a little bit further on the right side.
And as a reminder, the aid station we saw before, where Elusine was just, that's around 32 kilometers in, so it's another 11 till the finish line. So
yes, and here are the switchbacks that you want to not come too hard into it, otherwise you go off track. And you can see him slow down significantly here, not taking any chances, and I think he's right. That's a good move.
No shortcuts here, right?
No, nah. This is already steep enough. See, I was telling you, this is a very dangerous descent, and you do not want to step in those gravels with too much of an angle, or else that will bring you way closer to the gravel that you want to be. And so in that descent, it's going to be a sharp left turn in about 100 meters, and then they will start like the last part of that second loop
just this little climb in between.
So yeah, not quite here on the left. It's they stay actually on the gravel path. There we go.
You've seen the blue areas there. Yeah.
And we see another runner taking over because, you know, it's a section that's going to be maybe a little harder on the mountain bike to do. That might be the section we're telling you about with all the gates, where it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for the mountain bikers to go up and over the gates, while the runners will actually be able to keep up with the competitors. And there we go. Smooth transition, and we are now following Bartolomeo. If you're joining, he is in the lead of the men's race.
Yeah, seems to be Francesco Pupi is second right now, not that far behind.
But we don't know how far indeed.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So at the last aid station, which was at kilometer 31.6, and then there was Frédéric who, you know, lost the lead of some 2 minutes. So we'll see how he will recover.
Yes, exactly. Hopefully in that descent he's going to be able to refill and fuel himself up. Bartolomé is looking back. He's not like quite.
I mean, you can't be confident here. You know, there's people pushing from behind.
Yes,
right? So
exactly. And it's always good to take a look, see what's going on behind. Because if you don't see no one, like you might want to just hold back a little to keep your strength and have an extra gear if somebody comes and challenges you. But actually, that's not really how Bart races. So Bart just might be going full gas all the way. And as we're back with the mountain bike camera,
okay, so we just got the information that probably Francesco Pupi is second. He's a minute behind. So that would be here Bart climbing the fences instead of opening up.
Yeah, so you can see the runners are supposed to go over, but then they have to open the gates for the mountain bikers to go through. And so that's the gates we're telling you about. Like, it's really hard on the muscles to go over or to weave around these.
And for the bikers, it's almost yeah.
So we're gonna switch onto the runner's camera now, because it is a very challenging section. But you know, we're giving the best we can to provide you with these images, and those mountain bikers are.
Yeah, they will try to catch up.
Going through. But yeah, see these gates, they have to go over, carry the bikes that are, we remind you, e-mountain bikes, so quite heavy.
And they have all the other gear, like the cameras and the batteries.
The camera gear and the backpack and everything. So it's good there is no sound, because they're probably breathing pretty freaking hard right now.
And maybe, you know, adding some other words to it.
Yes, but you see how fast they're. Oh, there we go. So that is confirmation that what we heard earlier. Francesco Pupi is only a minute back from Bartolomeo. And so he's looking ahead because he can probably see in the distance Bartolomeo, and so that's probably motivating him to run. I don't know. Either he's going to try and push, or he's going to try and secure second place. But Francesco probably also knows about that final kick, and he's a very strong climber, so he might just want to wait until then to make a difference. And we're back with Bartolomeo.
And you know, as long as they're running inside, you know, it's good for Francesco Pupi. Right?
Yes,
so
yes.
He can pace himself a little bit.
You can pace yourself, and you show yourself to the first runner, so he can freak out a little bit too. Yes. There's a lot of like mind playing in this game.
Yeah. Curious to hear any news from the ladies, right?
Yes. So
a
little bit of
actually
sum up where are we with the ladies leading the race, who was second at Sierzinal earlier this summer. Nienke was in the lead with 9 minutes gap on second place, Anaïs Sabrier, and Anaïs had another 3 minutes on third place, who was Sarah Alonso from Spain. And this is the latest updates we've had with the ladies. As you see, our mountain bikers struggling through the gate while the runners are catching up.
Yeah, Francesco Pupi is actually, you know,
oh, he
dropping his bikers.
He's moving pretty damn fast. And we're back on the fixed camera, perhaps to catch the first woman. So if you haven't had this view before, that is about like a kilometer and a half off the highest point in the second loop.
And that's just above the aid station, which is at 31.6 kilometers. So, and you see they've done basically all the climbing besides the small bump that we mentioned a couple of times before.
Correct. So from there, it's all about managing your legs, but still optimizing the downhill to not lose any time, if that. Now we're eagerly waiting, potentially to see a lady, but we're back with Francesco Pupi currently in second place and chasing Bartolomeo.
No information here on Fred right now, so.
No, we don't have an update. But knowing that Francesco was 1 minute off, perhaps Fred, if he could keep up the same pace, will be within a minute or two from the lead, still in third place. And we saw Elusine Elazawi, who was actually close from the lead, come through the aid station minutes behind Bartolomeo and Francesco and Fred. So maybe something happened in that very technical part up in the summit.
And we saw him filling up water as well, so he might.
Yeah, he must have been quite.
Need some more electrolytes.
Quite tired. And we have someone coming in here.
It's Team Matrix, Anthony Felba, is it or not?
It would seem quite far back, but yeah, I mean it. No.
Or maybe someone of the shorter course, right? So. It would have been the only one where the shirt would somehow fit, actually.
Yes. So I mean, if you know for sure, let us know in the comments. Give us a little bit of an update, because you out there following the course, you also know all these runners very well, and you can tell us also what's going on, because this is how interactive this live is we're trying to answer you. We got people from the Golden Trail series answering your questions as well. So anything you've got, just keep pushing it, keep sending us your message, your comments, your stoke. Share the stoke.
So still the video is up to above the aid station, waiting for Ninke actually, or the first lady, you know, whoever it is.
Whoever
right?
that is, Ninke had like a 9 minutes lead.
Yeah.
So we'll see where she's at, and also we'll see if she's potentially in the top 10. And we're back in the lead. Of the men's field, Bartolomeo is now full gas back into the single track. I think it is still before that gap, that climb. Sorry. And it's hard to see the gradient here on the mountain bike, but I can tell you this is steep. This will be quite blasting. You see him try to minimize the impact on his forefoot, but he's showing no sign of slowing down.
No.
He knows that Francesco Pupi is chasing, and a minute back is absolutely nothing.
That's one tumble, right?
That's one tumble. That's one wrong turn.
And he has to navigate all the other runners, right? And other hikers, so
absolutely
it's a bit of traffic on those paths here.
So you do have to be mindful of these guys as well. And still looking at his watch. I don't know whether it's for the heart rate or so we're he's probably trying to show us, or maybe or chatting with the team with the video mixing van.
It seems to be that the gradient, you know, kind of flattened out right now almost. No.
Finish.
So the finish line is filling up here a little bit with all the runners from the shorter distances.
Yep, from
10K runners are coming in, half marathon people coming in.
Yep.
It's getting crowded here, louder and louder
and
all
see,
around us.
Like now Bart is onto the the roller coaster. It's up and down, and that's where you really need to be strong, well fueled, to be able to handle those small hills, those small kicks without slowing down. I can't wait to see the splits and see if Francesco Pupi is still pressuring Bartolomeo or if he fell back. And Fred Troncho as well. You see that he gotten caught by these two runners. So what does he have still on the tank? Will he be able to hold on to third place?
Or is there any second wind that he can push again? You know, we'll see.
Yeah, never know. We never know. It is still a long way, and as I say, like these roller coaster, like up, down, that can take a lot out of you. And if you're not 100% there, if you didn't keep enough in the tank, that actually might slow you down a lot. And there we go. Here she is, coming down the top of Platthorn, our first lady, Nienke Brickman. And then coming into the aid station, drop the flask.
Here again, you see the quick refill, right?
And so there you go. That's the difference between having support and not. And here's Francesco Pupi in the second place, chasing Bartolomeo. So I can't quite recognize the trail to be able to tell you how much of a split there is. Oh, okay.
Okay, they just announced that there's some 27 minutes between first man and first woman. So that just to give you a relation to how fast people are moving, right?
Yeah, and it's just quite incredible because I have the feeling that when they came after the first loop, there wasn't that much of a gap.
Nope.
And I feel like the difference really happened as they started climbing the steeper part up to Platthorn, where probably the guys really hammered it. And perhaps, who knows, Nienke slowed down a little bit. We'll see with the splits with second place female temporary. It should be Anaïs Sabrier, Team Matrix from France.
It should be, yes.
It should be, if nothing has changed. And that is now Bart in the section that is climbing back up.
Yeah, and Francesco is still in the descent, right?
And we got the confirmation that Frédéric Troncho is still in third position. How far back, we do not know. But there was quite of a gap between third place Frédéric Troncho and Elouzine El Azaoui, who we saw at the aid station come in several minutes behind. So Fred Troncho has a bit of a gap here, a safety blanket. So if he's not feeling too good, perhaps he's going to just try to secure that third place, stay in control, look after himself. And yeah, we saw just earlier the first runner, Bart. Sorry, brain fart here. But in that climb I was telling you about, with all the roots and the rocks, and that is the endless climb. And here we go. Here we have third place.
Here we see Frédéric Troncho. He's still moving quite okay, I would say, right?
Yes, indeed.
So he picked up some speed again. So hopefully, you know, the aid station refueled him some. You know, got some water, some electrolytes back.
Yeah, could gather himself. And Francesco Pupi on that runnable part is definitely make the best out of it. We were, for those who don't know, who just joining us, 2:15 marathoner, so he can run fast. He's got very good leg turnover for that kind of terrain, which also helps reduce the impact and the damage that you do on your quads.
There will be some.
Oh yeah, for all of them. And 13.5 kilometers from the finish, so that's a long way, with just over 100 meters of climbing left. And this is exactly where Bartolomeo is at the moment, and he doesn't even make it look like it's climbing. He's still moving extremely strong. He knew that this climb was coming and he was prepared.
So he was looking forward to this roller coaster, right? So
probably. He knew that he had some left in there, and he knew that he was going to push all the way. Here's another gate for Francesco. So we don't have quite the split yet. But that, I believe that's several minutes.
That's now going.
And there we go.
Yeah.
Going past the aid station.
Getting some information of how far he's back.
Probably, yes. And also giving the information like how potentially he is feeling, like the Bart is looking, he's like, oh, he looks tired, he doesn't look tired. Like that, these are like essential information in terms of race strategy. And also potentially words of encouragement.
Hopefully, yes.
Up, 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 3.
Okay, so we just heard another split. There's 3 minutes in the men's field between 3rd and 4th. So Elusine is still back from Fred Troncho, and so Fred Troncho, if he stays in control and doesn't have any issue, might have the podium secured. But who knows? Because it might be more runners coming back very strong, as we saw on the screen. It's still 13 kilometers from the finish,
and both have to navigate this little uphill, right? So
yes,
3 minutes is not that much. If you have to, you know, start walking or power hiking, you know, that's probably not the best place to do it.
That's where you would potentially lose a lot of time. But Francesco Pupi, expert in mountain running, see that very much shorter stride, higher cadence, while Fred Troncho is coming down, bombing down the trail, I would even say.
Yeah, looking strong right now, you know, compared to the previous footage we got from him. You know, he looked tired.
He definitely turned things around. And will, if I got it right, go through the gate. Yep, that's the car park, and he will branch into. So that's probably less than a minute behind Francesco Pupi, if that.
That's not far behind, no, for sure.
If that.
Yeah.
So Francesco is chasing, but also cannot afford to lose too much ground because Fred Troncho seems to be coming back rather strong. So we'll see how he can handle that climb.
So hopefully Francesco got the information how far he's back to the lead, but also that Frederic is just behind him.
Just
right?
behind him.
He's now on the uphill as well, so looking strong actually.
Oh, it's going to be a battle until the end.
It's 1, 2, 3, not that far spread out, right? Bart's still looking strong.
Yeah, Bart is pulling away. Well, he came back, and he didn't come back to take 2nd place. He prepared extremely well. Again, high at altitude in Livigno for over a month, clocking over 20 hours of training per week. So he was prepared. He skipped Sierzinal to really prepare for this race. He wanted to score the points. He wanted to show that he could still hit the top of the podium in the Gold Trail World Series. And today he's doing just that.
And number 2 and 3 not that far behind, right? So that's Frederic now.
Frederic Troncho in that final kick, final climb. Just over 100 meters of climbing over these roots and rocks.
Not much left compared to the 2,600 and something they already did, but it might hurt already.
Yeah, and you see these runners are still moving pretty strong. I don't know if Fred got the splits of how far ahead Francesco was compared to him.
But maybe, you know, he can see him on one of the, you know, in and out
in the distance, course. Yes. And they're not finished yet. There's still a few hard kilometers to cover, and if you're not feeling 100%, there might still be changes. And we're still waiting to hear from the females field that here's perfect transition. Thank you guys.
That was completely planned.
That was all planned. Very smooth transition into the women's field. Nienke Brickman, who's going through technical, non-technical, uphill and downhill with grace, and I would put money on the fact that she's opened an even bigger gap than the 9 minutes she had on 2nd place, Anaïs Sabrier from Team Matrix from France. And she is also at this intersection 13.5 kilometers away from the finish line, away from taking her first win in the Gold Trail World Series after finishing 2nd in Sierzinal.
She's now already quite a while on the downhill, and we haven't seen any footage of the other ones, right?
No.
From up the final, more or less, aid station.
We will wait to see the splits.
There's Bart again, still moving strong, still in the uphill. So there might not be that many meters to climb for him left, and he's still running, you know.
Yeah, we were told before that climb was just relentless. It felt like lasting forever. and our mountain biker trying to find his way to try and keep up with Bart, because they were saying yesterday they did all the recce of the route just to make sure where they could have runners and where they could have mountain bikers, and they were saying this section is actually quite easy because they were going fast, like 15k an hour or something. And then they said, well, but when there's going to be the runners, obviously they're going to be slower than that, and it's going to be a challenge for them to keep the balance while going up in this technical section. And so, yeah, it is for sure a challenge. And we see Nienke Bjerkman here in the fast section of that downhill before she will hit maybe in 5 to 10 minutes the gate, going around the gate through the car park and then to the right and into the climb. And there I will try to get the split so we can know how far ahead of second woman she is and how much of a lead she has, how much of a pillow, how much of a guaranteed win she could have, even though nothing's guaranteed until you cross the finish line.
That's true. But if you look at her composure, it's still, you know, looking like on the first downhill, right?
It feels like she's only started racing. That's, yeah, that is very, very impressive. And again, not that it matters as much because she's racing woman in the women's field, but it will be interesting to see how far up the overall ranking she will be.
I mean, in the longer distances, we're used to that there's the ladies within the top 10, right?
Creeping up in the top 10, definitely.
But at the marathon distance, you know, it's not every day.
Not every day, indeed. And they are still in that climb. Can you imagine that? Like, it is only 100 meters of climb, and yet it feels endless. Like Bart, even though he's moving extremely well, is still in that kick that I was telling you about. And it will probably feel like 2,000 meter climb at this point.
Yeah, he will wish for it to be over. Yeah,
but it's still incredible. The pace he's going at, how light his footing is. He was expecting that. There was no surprise here. It was a well-prepared race, and he knew when he could put his attack, and still with some in the tank to be able to keep going so fast and smooth up that final kick.
There's something in the tank left for sure.
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like.
And when we'll see him tip over, I believe he might take a minute to kind of regroup, and then he's going to put the hammer down just to make a statement and to secure that win, that 100 point in the rankings.
Counting down the meters of climbing for him. And now we are back with the camera to the aid station, and this is second lady. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is quite incredible. The gap that is between the first and the second lady. We're talking probably close to 15 minutes.
Almost quarter of an hour, yes.
It's insane. Like hopefully we'll get the split from people on the field, because I didn't take it, but Anaïs Sabri is second place in the women's field, and it feels like she's already a world away from first place.
At least she didn't stop, you know, just went right through the aid station.
Wow, this shows how incredible Nienke's performance is today. She's not coming under the lift, and to be going hopefully in control in these switchbacks where we saw Bart going pretty hard. Again, gravel on the ground, quite deep. So you want to be sure to secure your footing and not like come in too hot in these turns, because there could be consequences to that.
Right. And she's already looking down to where she needs to go. Okay, just an announcement that Francesco Pupi is 2 minutes back to Bart, so
he's lost a minute. So Bart just kept trucking forward, and Francesco probably either holding back or paying the price of going really hard up to Plathorn to pass Fred Troncho, and might now be running out of gas a little bit. So it's going to be interesting, because maybe French Troncho still has some in the tank to be able to potentially secure his third place, if not come back onto Francesco, or Francesco is maintaining his effort, and it's simply Bart who's just on another planet today.
Yeah, you see Nienke navigating the switchbacks quite nicely, I guess.
Yeah, nice and smooth.
No need to push too much here.
And it is extremely steep, so again, you do not want to open up your stride too much, because that'll just increase the impact, increase the muscle damage. And so you just want to be tiptoeing, shorter stride, higher cadence, and staying in control.
Yeah, that's like the way it should be, you know, looking at her.
Yeah, no, she's doing it perfectly. And again, like I am in awe, like how much of a gap she's opened onto second place. And it's not like second place is a random runner. We're talking like Anaïs Sabrier, like world-class athlete, specialized in like mountain running, but she's perfectly capable of scoring extremely high on the marathon distance. And yet she's, we haven't heard the split, but probably close to 15 minutes back. It's yeah, it is insane what's happening, and hopefully you're following this, because at least in the women's field, this is history in the making.
Yeah, and if this is true, the 50 minutes, that would mean, you know, the other ones would have to make up more than a minute on a kilometer.
Yeah.
So that's quite a comfortable lead.
You better find a really good shortcut.
Yes. Yeah, now we're entering the gate sections, basically.
Yep. So there's still a long way to go. We told you earlier there was 27 minutes between the men's lead and the women's lead up at the aid station that we saw earlier at the tents. That was the split, and so Nienke is now running through that gate section where, if you saw earlier, the men's were navigating quite fast, and our mountain bikers filming were struggling to go over the gates. So we'll see how this pans out with this camera person. Yeah. But one sure thing, Nienke Brickman is showing no sign of tiredness at all.
And Bart as well, I would say.
And there he is.
On the right.
He finally tipped over. This is done with the uphill. Actually, no, it's not, because I did rekey that last part, and he will go through that downhill still really, really quick. But then he'll go past a car park to the sharp right, and then there's maybe 300 meters of distance of like a kind of a what we call a douche grade thing, where you just it feels like you want to walk, but you have to run it. But that's the final kick. That's it. You can even go all out in there, because then it's downhill. You can recover from there, take a good breather, and you can smell the finish line from there.
And Bart knows about it.
Oh, he knows. He's done this whole last loop 2 days ago because he wanted to know. He wanted to know that last stage. And surely he does, and he's paced his effort absolutely perfectly. You can see him now flying down. He knows that he can go all out now.
There's no surprises for him anymore.
No, he knows where he's going. Looking at his watch, he probably had a winning time in mind of how quickly he could do these 44 kilometers.
I mean, right now we're 3 hours and 37 minutes almost in.
Yes, and the course record was Florian Heitschet.
It was like 4 hours something, right? So
no, it was under the 4 hour mark.
It was under the 4 hours?
Yeah.
Oh,
like
okay.
Florian had a really strong, a really strong
performance with, you know, but much worse weather, right? So
correct. Yes. So I don't know.
Although you could argue right now
the heat is a different kind of challenge.
Right? Yeah. Sometimes cold weather is fine, you know. Might be more slippery if it's rainy or even snowy, but yeah, Bart looking strong, and you know, not even, at least on the pictures we see here, he looks still kind of calm.
He's moving, and you know, still
some water left.
Staying on top of hydration or nutrition. He knows that like he cannot afford to bonk at this point. It would be too much of a shame. So close to the end, so close to taking the win. His first win this season in the Golden Trail World Series.
Yeah, I guess he can smell the finish line.
Oh, he's onto it. I don't know, like probably next time he will be crossing someone he knows from the Salomon squad. They will be able to tell him the splits, and that he's opened an actual gap of over 2 minutes on Francesco Pupi, who's doing also an outstanding race here, shown that he could still run extremely fast. And Florian Heitschet had run 3:47.
Which is just, you know, there's less than 10 minutes left. So actually that was a, you know,
that was a really strong time. So I'm just gonna have to check whether that was the exact same course, because it says on the website 43 kilometers, and we had heard that today they were running like 44.6.
Yeah, it's a.
So maybe we can't quite compare the two finishing times, but what we see right now is an outstanding performance from Bartolomeo. And here in the images, we're back with the Frenchman, orienteering champion, Fred Troncho running for Scott International in the descent.
It's now interesting to know if he's, he catched up to Francesco Pupi or not.
Yeah, he's also tipped over in the final descent. He's gone through that little bit of a kick of 100 meters elevation gain, that final one. So now they're all into the final descent.
Frederic was only a minute back to Francesco Pupi, and Francesco lost some to Bart. So
yeah, that was the hypothesis, like who's losing ground or making ground. And just a second ago,
here Sarah Alonso is actually getting close to this. That's the third woman.
Third woman, right. Sarah Alonso from Spain is now coming through that aid station. Another. Probably definitely more than 5 minutes behind Anaïs Sabrier.
That's a good 5 minutes.
And Anaïs Sabrier was moving really, really strong. So I doubt that Sarah now will be able to close the gap. So now she's just going to have to secure that third place. And in the images just earlier, we saw Bartolomeo in the climb. That's the climb I was telling you about. And he's in it right now. And he's going to get to the crossroad. That's where they came up. Starting that first lap, he's going to get to the junction and he's going to take not a very sharp left. He doesn't want to take the first trail, but the second one is kind of a single track. And once he's there, it's game on. It's all downhill to the finish. And see, he's motoring, he's pushing, he knows he can, because after that, it's only downhill. It's only like let gravity do the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the final 2 kilometers. Look at him. He's just grinding it. He knows.
Working hard.
Giving everything he's got.
First place here.
That's he loves it. He loves going to the pain cave and just working it. And you can see almost another 2 turns and he's going to be at the top of that climb, of that douche grade climb.
Douche grade right now, probably not. But
no. He's making it look easy. And on the left, down in the bright part of the skin, we can guess the valley down there. He's almost there.
Yeah.
And so while all the running, there we go. You see the signs. So that's where he's going to take a left.
Going to the left. So he basically made the last climb.
That's the last climb. And look, so you don't want to take the first one and up, go into the single track. And there we go. Another mountain bike is taken over for what is probably just over 1,500 meters.
Here we go.
In distance. He can let loose and go hard. And ladies and gentlemen, 1,500 meters. That's going to be like 5-6 minutes for him.
Yeah. We see here at the finish line that the camera people are taking,
Yeah, they're getting
spots.
ready. They're getting ready. They know Bart's coming to celebrate him as a champion. We still don't know what's going on behind, but we had seen that Francesco Pupi in second place, was really, really close. But 2 minutes of a gap was just going to be too hard to close with a Bart who's still charging.
Hard.
And so the runner just in front of him, if you're wondering what's happening, is one of our camera people to offer you additional images. Perhaps there's going to be a section that's going to be hard for the mountain bikers, or they just wanted to secure, should one of the cameras fail or have no reception, still offer you the images of Bartolomeo in the final stretch of this CHIEMGAU trail run, 44 kilometers, 0.6 if I am correct. And here he is. Francesco Pupi, second place right now in that climb that I was telling you about. So not so far back, yet probably too far to close the gap.
Yes.
Yeah, there's another 300 meters for Francesco of climb. And this is too close to the finish now. But he's looking at the splits, probably looking at the heart rate, perhaps. Who knows?
And yeah, probably being more careful about the runner behind him than Bart in front of him.
Yeah, I have no idea what could go through his mind, whether he wants to secure second place, how good or bad he feels. It doesn't matter right now. It's just a battle to the finish.
Just hanging on somehow.
Exactly, finishing that final.
Okay, we just got the information that there's still 2 minutes between first and second. So
they're-
no changes.
They're just moving at the exact same pace together. It's just that Bart has managed at some point to open that 2 minutes gap that now gives him the blanket that he needs to run safely to the finish and take a first win in the Gold Trail Series here in CHIEMGAU in less than probably 4 minutes now. And Francesco Pupi going up that final hill, still moving extremely fast, as it shows that the gap between the two runners remains the same. And so we'll see if Frédéric Troncho has been able to close the gap a little bit, or he's just holding on to third place to secure that, because we knew that he had over 3 minutes on fourth place on Eluzin.
Right. At least on the back of the video, we couldn't see anyone.
Oh,
right?
and there's been some changes, ladies and gentlemen. This is Caitlyn Fielder, who obviously took a tumble, has a bleeding knee, hopefully nothing bad.
Yeah.
She's going through the aid station, fourth place.
Trying to fill up the water bottles here. There's another at least 5 minutes, I guess.
Another, yeah, probably another 5 minutes. Not as much as of a gap between second and third place, but still quite a lot. And here, second place, Anaïs Sabrier, Team Matrix from France, who's going down. She's just past the switchbacks that we've seen earlier. Ninke Biermann go through.
Yeah, and you see also her, taking smaller steps, not really letting fly.
Yeah, like also at this point the legs are getting tired. The incline is just unforgiving, and so you do want to do whatever it takes to save the legs and minimize the pain. At this point, it really is pain. And Bartolomeo, in probably what is the last kilometer of this race, moving past other runners like they're standing still. Look at the pace at which he's going by. It's insane. Knowing that these runners have started either the 10 or the half marathon, and Bart has now run over 43 kilometers. It shows you how deep the field was today in these 44 kilometers.
And you saw these 3 different colors of arrows, so there's all these courses coming together right now, close to the finish line. But that's probably even more motivation for him to, keep pushing.
And I might actually try to make my way to the finish line to interview Bart, because we're not too far and we certainly want to hear about him and see how his race panned out. So I might just leave you there, leave you with Tom.
That's fine. We'll do it that way.
We'll see you on the finish line. Stay tuned. This is exciting, guys.
All right. Okay, here we see Francesca Pupi still, in the downhill, trying to at least not lose any time to Bart, or at least trying to defend second place here. That's already pictures from the finish line, right? So here we see Bart coming into town, right? So that's Markatstein. Really looking again at his watch for time he's doing, but that doesn't count anymore. That doesn't matter. So really the final meters for him. Number 109, Bart. Team Salomon from Poland. He's pushing hard, knowing that this is now his day. 100 points for him. Winning the 5th stage of the Golden Trail World Series. Congratulations. My time right now, it's 11 hours, 47 minutes. So that would be pretty close to the previous course record, although we are quite sure that that course is a bit of a different one. So fabulous time here from him. Happy getting some kisses for this win. Amazing time, amazing time. Hopefully Martin is getting some audio of him soon. Bart, ready to get a beer or two. That was, we'll see. There's maybe only less than 2 minutes until we see Francesca Pupi coming in. He's looking around when Francesca is showing up. Bart is smiling now, getting his medal here and asking for some water. Probably, he's quite dehydrated right now. So we switch over to Martin right now.
And we are finally on the finish line. You have been waiting for this moment like all of us. Bartolomeo Piederwski took the first win this season in the Golden Trail World Series. After a really hard fight, first lap looked like you were a little bit conservative, but we'll ask all the question. You knew the second lap, so how did you play in the first lap of this race?
Yeah, so today my tactic was save a lot of energy in the first loop. Yeah, but it was difficult because the pace was really hard. Francesco pushed really hard. It was really difficult to save energy. So finally I ran 90 seconds behind first athletes, but then I keep my pace to finish line and I win. So I'm so really happy because it's my first winning in the Golden Trail World Series.
Yes, and so what was the moment, because we saw French Troncho take it out really strong on the first lap, but then next time we had images, you and Francesco had passed Fred, so where did that happen?
Sorry? It was maybe 500 meters before top, but Frederick, he looked not good. So we passed him and keep the pace, so we lost him.
And so here he comes, second place finisher coming from Italy, Francesco Pupi, Team Nike. Made an incredible effort, looks like he took a tumble. He's got a bleeding shoulder, but he made it to the finish line. Hard effort to come onto that second place of the podium here in the CHIEMGAU Trail Run. 5th stages of the Golden Trail Series. Look at him, probably cramping, really hard day today. But again, probably together with Bartolomeo, they passed Frédéric Troncho on the way up to the second highest point in the second loop. Quite outstanding. Let's see how the race panned out for him. Francesco. Can we have some water? Water, please. So Francesco, you took second place today. Outstanding. Bart told us that you and Bart passed Fred, who had gone a bit too hard maybe before the top. So we know about this part of the race. What we want to know is you guys in the very first part were leading, and all of a sudden you were in 4th and 5th. What happened there?
Yeah, it's because I lost a shoe. I made like a rookie mistake probably, but actually I tied them really well. But like we passed through a lot of mud that was created by the cows, and it was like really super sticky, and so my shoe got trapped, and I had no choice other than stop and untie and tie it again. So after that it got a bit complicated because I had to make up for the lost ground, and I had to stay patient. And fortunately I managed to do a decent first descent, and I caught Bart and Lucina at the beginning of the second loop, and then from there we tried to do our own race, and you pretty much know the story.
Yeah, on the second loop we saw the three of you guys together with Lucine pushing the pace really hard to catch Fred, and when you did catch him, boom, he was gone. Like already you had put from the summit to the aid station over 2 minutes, and so then from then on it was a race for first and second.
Yeah.
Congratulations, super strong today. We're super excited to see you race that well, and we'll get you that water. Congratulations, Francesco. And so we're still staying here on the finishing line because not too far back, we know it was only about 2 to 3 minutes behind was Fred Troncho, still potentially holding on to 3rd place, because Elusine, who was in 4th, was more than 3 minutes. And last time we had images of Fred, he was actually not too far back and still moving correctly. Question is, will Fred take the 3rd spot on the podium today after 2 quite complicated races after he fell on his knee at the World Championship of Orienteering? Finally, will he be able to get back on the podium and confirm his last year's 2nd best time at Cerzinal? We will know probably in a couple of minutes now. So yeah, we have the fixed images here from the final straight before the finish line, and still Fred Troncho is not in sight. It's been a few minutes already since Francesco crossed the line, so it might have been quite of a strong finish, a strong last few kilometers for Fred, weaving through the other runners that you see on the screen. They were part of the 10 kilometers, the half marathon, who started after these guys. But stay tuned. So now we've got the information. Fred Troncho running for Scott, coming from France, is now in the last 400 meters, about to cross the finish line. It's almost a secured podium place. And he's not coming with a trolley. That is not Fred Troncho, ladies and gentlemen. He will be coming in a black and yellow outfit. We will see him. We'll see him on the screen any second. There he is, Fred Troncho, who is about to take third place here in the CHIEMGAU trail run here. It was a little bit more than we initially announced. 44.6 kilometers. 2,747 meters of elevation gain. Final stretch here for the French orienteering athlete Fred Troncho. He's about to cross the finish line in third place. Make some noise! Woohoo! And look at that smile. Finally back at the top level. Looks like his knee was not bothering him too much. We'll wait until he catches his breath to get a little bit of a insight on how his race went. And here comes Bart to congratulate him. Bart took first place. All right, well, let's get a little bit of a comment here. Can we get some water? Hey, Fred, don't go too far. You see he's thinking very hard about recovery. He's going to steal a bottle of water. Let's go follow him here through the aid station. Here you go. Drink out of the bottle. Get the bottle. So we got a very thirsty Fred Troncho here.
Water at the last refreshment. It was up there. I thought, okay, now it's only downhill. I don't need water. I was.
There's always lessons to be learned. So as you're drinking and refilling the body, go easy though, because if you have like electrolyte unbalance, putting only water in there might be worse for the cramping. But you're done. You're done. Let's have a few words. You took out pretty strong in the first climb. First lap, you were leading pretty much all the way. But like first, Francesco told us what happened when they were leading, and then all of a sudden you were leading. So what happened there? Did you see what happened?
Yeah. So Francesco and his friend, they were not so far in front, maybe 20 meters or so. And then we went, so it was quite easy road. We went up. And then there were a sharp turn. And then we went the field. Really muddy field, and with some roots and stones and everything. And both Francesco and his friend, they just stopped, and they were stuck in the mud or something. And I just passed them. And then they were like this part, which was slightly downhill, quite technical. And okay, maybe I didn't push hard, but I felt I felt that I had fun to go fast, so I was going quite fast there.
It was time to open a little bit of a gap, like a little bit of a safety gap, and then you ran the first loop quite strong. You had like a 2 minutes gap, like 2 or 3 minutes, and then you were still moving strong. And there was a chasing group, Elusine, Bart, and Francesco together. We saw them on the images working together to try and catch you. And Bart told us that about 300 meters before the climb, it looked like you had a bit of a low moment, and they caught you there. So what happened after that?
Yeah, so yeah, that's true. I was quite tired at that time, and well, I thought I just have to make it to the top. So I let them go, and I just went walking to the top, pushing my legs, and. Yeah, I'm quite satisfied that I made it, even though I think they were much faster and stronger, both of them. So, yeah, and then as I said, there was this refreshment, and I thought, now it's only downhill. I just, sorry.
Yeah, it was downhill, but we knew there was a bit of a kick, right? Like that kick was brutal for a lot of runners, but you were moving quite well still, and. You didn't finish too far of that lead, and back on the podium of that Golden Trail World Series. So that'll put you up in the rankings. And will you be at the Skyrim?
Yes, I want to be there. Yes, and at the final. So at the end, I could smell the finish line and also the final in what is it? El Hierro. Yes.
Yes. So as we remind you guys, to get to the final, you have to be in the top 10 overall, the best 3 results. And so Fred had not so good results early in the season because of an issue. We talked about it, we explained that to the public, but then today you're back at your good level. Skyrun is very technical, up and down, you have to be strong on that, and this is also the kind of field you enjoy, so potentially another strong performance and definitely securing your place in the top 10.
Yeah, hopefully.
So fingers crossed, we'll see you at the Skyrun at the end of September, and in the meantime, keep drinking.
All right, allow me to take over again. Martin taking a break from interviewing the first 3 runners and of the men's podium. So Bart Predowskiewski from Team Salomon from Poland. Second one, Francesco Pupi, Team Nike Italy. And the third one, Frédéric Troncho, Team Scout France. And now we see second lady in the in the small bump ascent uphill, which is Anaïs Abouillet. So she's still climbing, and previously you saw Nienke Brinkman already in the final descent, so there's only a few minutes left for her actually to show up here at the finish line. And I guess Martin is again waiting for her to get the really inside information how the race went. So Anaïs Abouillet is still on the climb, still looking strong actually. So, and this is now our looks like 4th Roberto De Lorenzi. If you think of him back, he was leading in the first climb together with Francesco Pupi after they did the wrong turn or actually ended up in the mud. So perfect race for him here. And that's Anthony Felbert from Team Matrix. So I wasn't too wrong before that, you know, the guy in the orange shirt is him. So Frédéric Felbert from Team France, 7th with the current Golden Trail World Series. So he now finished here at 5th. So I hope we didn't miss actually Elusine Elusui. So I don't know where he is actually. So hopefully he's fine. Yeah. So finished by Roberto De Lorenzi and Anthony Felber. Let's see if we switch to Martin again. I don't know yet. Congratulations to them. Yeah, Anthony Felber, 5th place. Discussing some race tactics. Yeah. So looking back towards the finishing chute, seeing if there's someone's coming in from the 43K. There's Nienke Brinkman in the final descent, still looking strong, you know, same composure than on the first descent. So really, you know, her body composure really speaks for her and the power she has. So the tank isn't empty yet. So she's still looking at her watch, but that's probably just keeping an eye on the overall time, but not really looking back. So as we said, there might be some, you know, quarter of an hour lead towards 2nd place, Anaïs Sabrier. So that's a comfortable lead, I guess, and she doesn't need to look around, turn around. It's just focusing on finishing strong here. Let me see if this is the. So catching up with all the runners of the shorter distances, and you know, it's like if you see Bart, or if you have seen Bart, you know, taking over all the other runners, it's the same with her, you know. Still, the speed is incredible, legs are still, you know, somehow fresh.
Yes, absolutely incredible, and it was so good to see that these guys finishing in the men's field, like probably close to the top 10 now, has made it. World-class athletes. And such a big gap. It was crazy how that turned, because the ladies were not so far back, and then all of a sudden there was a 27 minutes gap. Quite incredible. So now she is at the point where she'll probably hit the car park where there's the final climb happening, and where on the left we see Frozen, but that's Anaïs Sabrier in 2nd place. In the women's field, and we still haven't seen Elusine Elazaoui finish, so hopefully it didn't drop or anything bad happened to him.
Yeah, that was my question just before, that, you know, if I missed him, but probably
no, really like he hasn't. So we saw more runners coming in, probably not top 10 still. Like there's more runners to come to fill in this top 10 of this 44.6 kilometers of the CHIEMGAU trail run.
That's fine.
And different language every weekend. And now the finishing line, which is like stacking up with hungry runners, going at the aid station pretty hard.
Getting their beers.
Indeed, soft drinks and beer. Obviously, Germany. That goes hand in hand.
Refueling after a run with a beer is, I think, okay.
Yeah, unless you're bonking really hard, and then that will put you in a hole.
Yep.
But who cares? Job's done. Well done, everyone, all the finishers.
Time to recover. Okay, so
2K.
Some 2K left for Nienke Brinkman, so that's still, you know, strong performance.
It's amazing. It looks like she's moving even faster than Bart in that final climb. She also knows that part of the race. She knows that it's the one final uphill, while Anaïs Sabrier is in the final true uphill, the one that is hell of a kick that we talked about, while Nienke is just like a gentle incline, just to make you push and give everything you have left before bombing down into the descent into the finish line. Less than 2 kilometers.
And as I said before, her composure is still completely the same than at start line. So
it's outstanding.
You don't see her, you know, kind of fading here.
No.
And that's why she's still looking that fast, right?
And I got the feeling either she hits the gym pretty hard, or that is some reminiscence of field hockey, because you got to be extremely strong to do that sport, and that probably helps having a strong upper body, a strong core to keep things together, as you were saying, keep your composure, good running stride, not falling apart. She is proving that she belongs to the world's best trail runner today. And there she is, top of the climb.
Now a second turn to the left, and then just
almost
downhill.
there. I get excited. I would just want to see her come through the finish.
Yeah. Are you taking over the mic over there as well?
I don't know. I got cut.
Oh, okay. Okay, there we are. That's the final left turn down to the finish line for her. Taking over a few other runners, and let's go. Yeah, Nika has to take over some runners here. I didn't realize her, but yeah, that's only a second or so. Really running strong here, and probably smelling the finish line right now. Okay, so that's only a few seconds left. Martin is switching over to, yeah. So there's the sixth place man coming in right now, and we are waiting for Nienke Brinkman, not that far away. Number 101, just finished sixth place. Sorry for not having the name here, and hard to read actually, sorry for that. Everyone's looking back towards the finishing chute to welcome Nienke Brinkman with an outstanding performance here on the ladies field. All the top men still, you know, being at the aid stations trying to refuel here. Frederic can't decide if he should, you know, grab a beer or better go for, you know, a soft drink here. Yeah, he chose the soft drink. Probably a good decision. All right. Just waiting for Nienke to show up here. You know, if that's correct, we just saw a sixth man coming in. That would be, you know, at least the top 10 performance of the top lady here at the Golden Trail World Series, which is the Golden Trail National Series as well. So Martin's getting excited to welcome Nienke here. So will only be a couple of minutes left. We still see her on the downhill on the right screen, and Anaïs Abouillet on the left, still pushing. So probably, you know, securing her second place here. So it's now 4 hours and 13 minutes over, all gone. Just waiting for her. No information on, you know, 7th, 8th or 9th man right now, but it might not be that far away. Nienke in the final downhill taking over a couple of other runners here. Look at her stride, still, you know, smooth and just, you know, like she just started running. So that's amazing here. That's perfect. Runners are stepping aside, cheering her on. Perfect, perfect. That's the way it should be. All right, well, let's see if we get some information here. more and more runners coming in from the shorter distances. It's getting warmer and warmer. Even we get an umbrella here that we don't melt. Again, Ninke on the right. The picture on the left is unfortunately frozen right now, but Anissa will be trying to at least, you know, keep the second place here. Yeah, Ninke is probably the sign of the last K or two here, finishing. Yeah, she's now almost back on into town here. Perfect. You see all the three different colors of the arrows, so all the course is joined now. There's a lot of other people on the course. That's why it's a bit confusing here to keep up with who is running what. And here again Ninke and one of the cameramans in front of her. Someone's on the back, trying to get all the coverage that's necessary. So this is a final small bump here. Still strong runner. Okay. Alright, just one more reminder. Ninke Brickman, she just started running briefly all these trails, so it's not that long ago. So she was invited to CHIEMGAU after finishing so strong at the Zermatt Marathon, and now, you know, this performance. Here now you see Elusine Elasui, who was third, fourth for a long time, and there's Ninke Brickman just behind him. You know, if she's, you know, putting the hammer down, you know, they might finish together. That's amazing, you know.
And we're back on the finish line to welcome
women
the winner, female winner of the CHIEMGAU Trail Run. Here's Elusine Elazawi, who had struggled earlier in the men's, and here she comes with a smile on her face.
Bravo, that's really congratulations to her.
Ninke Brickman! She has absolutely dynamited the field, blew up the women's field with what will probably be 15-minute lead on the second woman. Here she is with a bright smile on her face. We said it earlier, rather new to this scene after scoring an incredible second place in CHIEMGAU. It looks like she cannot believe it. Look at this stoked. We're gonna try and see how she is feeling. Ninke. So just like everyone, she's asking for water. It was what looked like a really hot day out there. Let's hear it. So what was your strategy going into the race? Because we saw some in the men's field take it up really hard in the first lap, but then Fred Troncho got past. You started in first place, but never faded away. So what was your strategy going into the race?
Drinking enough, and I always thinking that second place was just behind, so push. Push. But also not too hard in the beginning, because it's my longest race ever.
So this is your longest race ever, time-wise? Because, yeah, time-wise. And we saw you in CHIEMGAU, obviously really strong on the steep uphill and the runnable uphill on the non-technical. There were today technical sections, and it looked like you were just as comfortable. Did you know you would be comfortable on the technical? Was it something new for you?
Yeah, it's new for me, but I saw lots of people doing, you know, when walking with the. I did that as well, and yeah, I just went with it. It felt good today, really good, and I really did well the fueling and the drinking, so that helped a lot. Yeah, because it's really hot.
It is really hot. We saw all the runners coming in and asking for water, but obviously you managed it really well. We saw you at the aid station take enough water and just...
I took out 2 and took 2. and I finish them all the time. Yeah, so.
So we haven't found her Achilles tendon yet, because clearly on the technical she can move fast uphill and downhill. It was incredible how strong you looked all the way. So to be in the Golden Trail World Series final, you need 3 races. So I assume right that we'll see you at the Skyrim?
Yes, yes, but that's gonna be a really technical one, so I need to train a bit the downhill.
Well, we definitely look forward to seeing you out there against other women. The second woman still hasn't been there, and she's world-class too, so you've put an incredible gap on that field today. Congratulations again for first place, and we look forward to seeing you in the Skyrim at the end of September.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to me here. Martin did his interview with Nienke, and amazing performance once again. Here we see Anaïs Sabri on this final, like a bit uphill. Still looking strong. A couple of minutes behind for sure right now. Lost a little bit of how far she is back right now. Still climbing strong here. Hold on for a second. Okay, there's the last 2 kilometers for the second lady, Anaïs Sabri. So you probably recognize this left turn here onto the trails. Yeah. So just 2 more K to left for her. Latest in 10 minutes, we'll probably see here.
Yeah, now probably under 10 minutes. Anaïs Sabri, second place, quite incredible run as well for her. Let's not diminish her performance today. Nienke was on a different planet. It was incredible to watch such strong woman, and quite a newcomer as well. And she explained that that was the first time she ran for so long, and we could see that. I mean, she's finishing a PhD in Zurich. And so it shows that she has a mind, and she got into the race. She said running quite conservatively in the first lap, even though she was leading, but also being very mindful of hydration and nutrition, and try to stay on top of that, so she couldn't slow down too much and manage well the unknown of such a distance.
And sometimes it's probably helpful to be a bit naive, going into a race without knowing the distance. Can just,
yeah, and
figure it out on the go.
And to give you guys some perspective, the women's course record was 4 hours and 40 minutes, and so right now it's 4 hours and 20 minutes. So basically, it is still way under course record for the French runner from Team Matrix, who will finish now, in less than 10 minutes, if that. She's got less than 2 Ks to go.
Yeah.
And at the pace she's moving, she's probably like 4:30 pace.
Yeah, when we got the information, it's 2K left. So
yes.
Right now it's 1.5 kilometers probably.
Definitely. So less than 10 minutes for the French athlete to come and take second place here in CHIEMGAU.
No information yet on the other ladies, so I don't know if it's still Sarah Alonso being third. We don't know yet.
Yeah, no, we don't. And I actually forgot to check whether Nienke was in the top 10 in the overall ranking.
I think so. At least I didn't realize that there were another 3 men coming in.
Yeah, I saw 2 men come in, and there was 6, so that's 7 and 8.
Yeah.
So she's potentially 9th. Or no, Eluzine might have taken 9th, and she would have taken 10th overall.
That would be amazing.
Anyhow, it doesn't matter. Today she absolutely blew up the women's field, showed that she was the best, and we should really expect her to score high as well in Skyrim, because she said, well, I didn't really know how I would run on technical, but clearly she did not lose any ground on Anaïs Sabri, who's a decent, like actually a good runner as well in technical. So yep, Skyrun is gonna be very interesting.
For sure.
I already can't wait. But let's stay in the race here. CHIEMGAU, the first men's have crossed the finish line. Very deep field. Course record broken by several runners today. And in the screen right now, Anaïs Sabrier from Team Matrix.
1K left, something like that.
1K away from the finish. And if you have questions for her, I will go and talk to her, so it's not too late.
Let's just drop a line here on Facebook. Okay, getting to town here.
And so yeah, we saw, I mean, there was still a gap, like maybe 4 or 5 minutes between third place and fourth place, but we saw that right from the top, it looked like New Zealand runner Caitlyn Fielder was moving rather strong and at least moving up the field, because she wasn't in fourth last time we saw her. And so perhaps in that long descent, like we know she did quite well at OCC because she was fifth, and then in the last descent she caught fourth place and third place to land on the podium. So if Caitlyn Fielder did actually use the same race management, she might have some left in the tank to have a final descent very strong and potentially move up the field and pass Sarah Alonso. If not, we don't know. That's going to be a fight either way. And here Anaïs Sabrier at least securing an incredible second place here. Very strong performance from the French runner, who's in the final kilometer before heading into town and come meet us here at this finish line under a beating sun. And a raging finishing area where a lot of people are now chatting away, sharing their experiences, drinking beer. It's a party here. We might have to start drinking beer too. Here you go, final turns. Yeah.
Okay, second one's coming. Martin's getting ready with the microphone to welcome her. We see her in between all the other runners coming in. Anaïs Sabrier pushing hard the final few meters. Still trying to smile here. Finishing shoot. Yeah, congrats. 12 o'clock and 27 minutes something.
We're back to that finish line.
All right.
Incredible race from French runner Anaïs Sabrier, Team Matrix. You are way under course record. So, really good run today. Like we saw all the runners coming in and asking for water. Is there some water left in there? Did you drink it all? Ouais, on a vu tous les coureurs arriver et demander de l'eau. Ah, de l'eau, ils étaient tous à sec. Toi, comment ça s'est passé? Comment t'as géré ça?
Répondre en français ou? So, I think I am like a camel. So I didn't to drink too more. My manager, my coach are not so happy. But I think it's I like when it is sunny and very hot, and so and for this reason maybe. I don't know, but today I drink some, more as usually.
Yeah, so she says she's comfortable in the heat, not a problem for her. She drink a little bit more than what she usually does, but that's fine. She made it second place. Anaïs Sabrier, congratulated by the team manager here, Tom. And her teammate Anthony Felber, who did an incredible race as well in the top 10, I think 6th in this race. Very strong performance from Team Matrix today. Can we have the comment?
ask me how many time between Sarah. Ouais.
Parce qu'il m'a dit en passant au ravito, c'est large derrière. Et quand je suis passée près de chez Craig, il m'a dit fais gaffe, Annie, c'est à 1 minute derrière.
En fait, il y a 3 minutes au ravito et elle t'a pris 2 minutes en un rien de temps, ce qui est bizarre.
Non, je crois que c'est avant. À mon avis, Greg, il avait les infos d'avant sur la descente. Oui. Parce que j'ai fait une première descente comme une chèvre. Mais bon, c'était bien parce que du coup, et je pense que c'est sur le peu de la montée, mais j'ai repris 3 mecs à la montée. Donc je pense que c'était plus sur la fin de la première descente et là où j'ai vu Greg que lui, il avait les infos.
Reprendre après là 1 ou 2 minutes. Là, au ravito, tu avais plus de 2:32-45.
Yeah, so talking about race strategy here, how things panned out. She got different informations on the course. She didn't really know what was going on. She knew that he was potentially coming back behind, so she did an extremely strong second climb coming into the second lap. And she said this is where she actually put in an effort and started dropping even men. She said she passed 2 men's and having a good effort. And then she tried to maintain this, running scared a little bit, and yet she's like over 15 minutes under female course record, previous course record. So it shows like Ninke absolutely murdered that course record. But Anaïs also ran really, really strong today under the course record. And we're waiting for 3rd place now because it might be a little bit of a change in the women's field. We saw Sarah Alonso from Spain in 3rd place for the longest time. However, we know that Caitlyn Fielder was actually hot on her heels at the A station, not even 4 minutes behind, 4 or 5 minutes. And we know Caitlyn can run downhill like nobody else. So hopefully we'll have images to see what's going on before they cross the finish line and the surprises. Who's going to be in 3rd, Spain or New Zealand? Let's find out. Stay tuned.
All right. Back to.
And yeah, I was just getting the update from the 3rd woman, and we did not know really who was going to be. And this is still Sarah Alonso from Spain, who is holding on to 3rd place, running as fast probably as she can, knowing that I don't know if she got an update, and we haven't had an update either on Caitlyn Fielder, whether it was a surge and then she was not going to be able to push further, or if she is still trying to catch Sarah. We got the update. Sarah is about 4 kilometers from the finish, between 5 and 4 kilometers to the finish. So it's still about 20 minutes, if that, depending on how fast she can run. And so far we don't see anyone behind, so she might have the 3rd place in the bag. What we see is that she's running as hard as she can to get to that finish line in 3rd and secure that podium. Yeah, and a lot of points as well in the overall.
Yeah, you see her already hurting a bit, I guess.
Yeah,
least,
I think there wasn't a runner who would not be hurting it. So that's the bottom of the lift. So she'll go next to the car park and then take a right-hand turn for her onto that little bit of a climb, that douche grade climb that will last about like 600-700 meters. That's the last section where you have to keep it together before you can actually relax and know that somehow you have your position in the bag.
Yeah. Although relax is a relative term now,
indeed.
Probably, but getting into the shade again is probably a good one.
And there we go. That's the turn. There's going to be a little bit of a loop before she starts climbing, and she's looking at the watch. She probably knows the time. She's still at the time 7 minutes away from under course record.
it's going to be hard to break, but still, you know, that's something you shoot for.
Yeah, yeah. Fight every step of the way. You do not want to lose that podium spot so late in the race, but look, she is moving rather well here, going up that climb.
Yeah, still looks strong.
Yeah. No, I think
at least putting an effort
that's
in.
it. And our third female finisher today will be coming from Spain, Sarah Alonso, who we saw earlier play table tennis with the camera crew yesterday. She was quite relaxed.
Yeah, that might help.
Yeah, well, it's always important to come into a race with a clear mind and no stress. And she did look really, really relaxed. And here, climbing really strong. What an incredible performance today from the women's as well.
Once again, a third place would be, you know, a nice jump for her in the general, in the overall ranking.
Correct,
actually.
because yeah, you were saying earlier she was 11th at Lola de Nuria, 10th at the Dolomitic Scarron, 11th at Sierzinal. She's been very consistent around the 10th position, but today she just jumped a whole new level, and to come onto the podium, I'm sure she'll be stoked about it. But I feel like she was relaxed yesterday. She was confident. I believe she might have done like a serious block of training to come into this race, really prepared. And today she certainly delivered. She was also saying potentially the hot weather was going to suit her coming from Spain. That's my assumption. Don't quote me on that. And I'll leave you for a minute with Tom. But we'll be there. Stay with us until the finish to watch Sarah come through the finish line and ask her a bunch of questions.
Perfect. Perfect. Thanks. Handing it over. Martin's moving again with the microphone towards the finish shoot. All right, Sarah Alonso looking strong on this douche grade uphill here. I mean, strong. See, she's fighting already. That's obvious here, but you know, keeping this third place would be wonderful for her, for sure. Yeah, that's uphill for sure. Someone next to her using poles to kind of get this final uphill, and that's the famous left turn, which will, you know, like, you know, it's just downhill from here. So that's hopefully something she can turn around quickly, see if Caitlyn Fielder or someone else is behind her, and if there's no one to see, you know, just letting loose and letting gravity do the work. So it's a good 2K to the finish line. So as we said before, probably depending on her actual speed now, but it's around plus minus 10 minutes that she should be here at the finish line. Third place, Sarah Alonso, representing Team Salomon from Spain. Still now, you know, switching over to downhill running, trying to squeeze out every bit from her legs now. Quite a lot of other runners on the course, in addition to cameramans, as far as I can see it right now. Yeah, looking good. All right, no information on fourth place, or you know, who is actually behind her and how far they are behind, but I think she turned around on this left turn and looked back and hopefully didn't see anyone, so still, you know, a few meters, a few 100 meters of lead here. If you look at her stride, you know, steps are getting, you know, a bit smaller. It's not like, you know, letting fly, but I think she knows what to do right now, just to keep letting gravity do the work. Okay, so as I said, about 2K left. About, you know, if that's still a 4:30 pace, we would see her in 9 minutes, somewhere around that in here. Let's say 10. There's a cameraman behind her, and you know, the guy in front is also one, so taking pictures, having redundancy in the footage they take. It's getting a bit more quiet here at the finishing line. Not too many more runners coming in from the shorter distances here. But the aid stations are pretty crowded right now. Everyone's looking for, you know, some liquids at least. Alright, they just announced here, you know, at the finishing line that's basically halfway or one section of the 60K. Right now that's the time to stop if you're not yet through the first section here. So just as a reminder, they start at 6 o'clock in the morning, 43K at 8 o'clock in the morning, and third lady is going to finish pretty soon. Still running strong. To the left, we don't see it on the video here, but there's a town not far away anymore. A few more steps for her. And Ninki Brinkman a few meters right to me, eating bananas and trying to recover here already. Getting ready for the next race probably. Final stretch through the woods. So once again, as we said, she's Sarah Alonso is right now 8th in the current Golden Trail World Series overall ranking, and taking 3rd place here would just, you know, move her up a little bit and probably secure that, you know, final where points will double actually, so, and that bring you a bit closer to a bit of prize money here, so one big motivation for sure. Alright, we are getting closer to, you know, the end of the forest, getting onto the final few meters on the road into town, Markatstein. Our 3rd time right now, so starting here, getting through town halfway mark more or less, and now the finish line. But that's also for all the, you know, participants, fans, and volunteers, friends of runners. Here in town, it's quite nice to actually see all the runners coming through. So even if you don't want to move around that much, that's quite nice with this race setup here with these 2 loops. So the guy next to Sarah Alonso is one of the camera guys, Lucas Circle, doing a good job getting some footage in. Alright, we're now 4 hours and 42 minutes in, so that's 2 minutes above the old course record, although not 100% similar course. So a few meters in the forest for her, looking at the watch again and again, trying to push some more. Yeah, there should be like 43K on her watch, hopefully not much more. So there's only a few meters left for her. Yeah, she's not backing up at all. She's pushing as much as she can. You can see her composure. She's leaning back a little bit, so fighting hard actually. This is getting into town here. That's only the last few meters left. Probably camera will switch to the finishing shoot that we are used to already quite quickly. Yeah, here we go. Sarah Alonso representing Team Salomon from Spain. I think we switch over to Martin pretty soon. All right, here we go.
Sarah Alonso, who's been running so hard to secure that 3rd place. She was looking back, working so hard to stay on this podium. Outstanding performance. Sarah. And yes, sparkling water is not the best. Sarah, do you have a few words? Yes. We saw you running really, really strong all the way. We knew you had done 10th place, 11th place.
No, in Durham it's 9.
9th place? Ah, so there's something wrong.
Yes.
Thank you for correcting that. But that was a massive step up. Today, 3rd place.
Yes.
Was this your plan?
It was my longest race before Sierra Final. I was really scared because 44 kilometers. But all the time it's runnable race, and I just last year I was from flat runner, so for me this was a really good race, and it wasn't altitude race because I live in the beach, so it was really amazing and really beautiful race. And really hard, really hard.
Yes, I think a lot of people underestimated how difficult and hard that race was going to be. But you ran really, really strong, and we could see you at the finish just giving everything you had. And also looking back, did you know how much of a gap you had?
No, I think the camera say 30 seconds, I know it looks 30 seconds, but no, more than 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yes, way more than 30 seconds. You had your 3rd place in the bag from quite a while back.
Yes, really good performance today.
Excellent performance. Congratulations, Sarah. And will we see you at the Skyrim?
Yes, because I live only 5 minutes because I'm from San Sebastian and it's too near. I have gone 3 times to train there and I really like it. It's a little bit technical race, but it will be funny.
So 3rd place here on the race you didn't know. Next.
Really good, eh? This for the overall ranking, it's a really good.
Yes. You're moving up, you were 8th, and then now you're moving up, I think, to between 6th and 5th, I think. So secured for El Hierro and then full gas. But already in the Skyrim, on the course, you know, we can potentially even expect something stronger.
Oh, where is the strategical point?
So we wish you all the best. Congratulations again, and get some rest.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, we told you she could run very strong on the downhill. At the very top, she was 4th, and she still is not coming back. Extremely strong from New Zealand, Caitlyn Fielder. Well, so right now, congratulations, 4th place, very strong descent. So yeah, you 4th.
Awesome.
Even better, see? You just got one spot like this, for free.
That's it, for free. Yeah, it was definitely for free, you know.
But it doesn't look that this 4th place came at no expense, because I can see something down there. Can you tell me the story of that bleeding knee?
It was so dumb. It was literally just maybe a K after the downhill, so like 15K in, just a tight corner and just slipped on the gravel road. It was literally just a gravel road, not even anything technical. So I just kind of lay there for a bit and I was like, oh, well, we'll see how it goes, you know.
Yeah, well, there's not much you can do once you're your ass on the ground. Just pick yourself up and run.
Exactly. I tried to wash it off a bit actually, so it wasn't so horrific, but that didn't really work out. Everyone was like, your knee when I ran past, and I was kind of like, yeah, can't do much.
So you ran OCC a week ago. Yeah. How did that feel?
Pretty good actually. I cramped a lot during OCC, so I was really hoping that I didn't cramp early on here.
and I didn't, which was really good, and I'm not sure whether that's because I had to pull it back a little bit because I tripped over, but yeah, it actually worked out really well. I was not really too sure how this race would go after OCC, but yeah, it was awesome. So
yeah, it was a long distance, and by no means you faded away. So how's that for like doing doubles every week?
No, I think I might take a break now. There's no race for me next week. I might just.
So for you, this is it, like no sky run in the program?
Well, I'm entered into the one in Basque Country, the Sky Run, yeah, but I'm not really too sure if I'll do it yet or not. It kind of depends if I think I can. The shorter distances don't suit me as well, so it depends if I feel like I can kind of improve on my other stuff from Golden Trail Series.
Well, and certainly with the 4th place here, you'll have scored more points or secured potentially at your place in the top 10 and go to the final in El Hierro.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, congratulations, and we'll let you recover, and potentially we'll see you in the Pyrenees.
Yeah, potentially. Hey, thank you so much.
And if not, happy recovery. Well done. And just in time, we have the 5th woman coming in from Mammoth Lake in the United States of America. Also representing Team Hoka, Daniela Moreno, who was already in a strong position in the top 10 at Lola de Nuria, and she came back from the States to run here in CHIEMGAU, and she will be, we know that already, to have her 3rd race at the Sky Run at the end of September, and I believe she's also heading out straight to the aid station to try and get water as well. Yeah, every runner have been like begging for fresh water, beverages. It's been quite a hot day. Danny, we'll let you drink whatever you gotta need, and then we'll have a few words with you. You look pretty fresh right now.
Yeah, I saved a little too much for the second part, and then I bonked on the top part of the second hill. So I was just trying to play catch up the whole downhill. So yeah, that got me 5th, which is great. That's what I needed.
It is great indeed. You were top 10 already at Lola de Nuria, went back home, Mammoth Lake, up high in altitude, get some good thin air to come back quite strong. I think it was still a good strategy to start conservatively. We've seen other runners, especially in the men's field, fade away in the second lap. Then obviously you can never account for a bonking, but you got to roll through it.
Yeah. I was licking the salt off my face. It's like an emergency, which actually kind of saved me. I never thought of that before. But yeah, no, I'm stoked and planning to go to the next one and hopefully get in the top 11 for the final.
Yeah, and it is a short race too, this Sky, so now no holding back, full gas from start to finish. So we wish you all the best. Congratulations again. You'll move up in the rankings, and hopefully we'll see you at the final in El Hierro.
Awesome. Thank you, and congrats to the 4 girls in front of me and everyone else in the top 10.
Thank you very much. And all right, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being with us. It's been an incredible race here at CHIEMGAU Trail Run, 5th stage of the Golden Trail World Series. One more stage to go. So end of September, be with us, 25th in the Pyrenees, French Pyrenees, for the Sky Run. In the meantime, keep living the dream, keep enjoying the mountains, stay running, and we love you.